introductions. I'm the executive director, I'm Melissa Long, and that's probably Rob. John, do we just hit
Hello.
on?
Hello.
Hello, this is Robin Hamill.
Hi, Robin. We were just doing introductions. This is Melissa. And good morning. Kate is here. Kate Fuentes is the CFO of the Board of Education, and she'll be doing a report of Aspen School District, to report on school finance. We also have President Rafi Bass, who is the Vice President of AEF, and one of our board members, Alana Appleby. And Robin is going to be leading this, but Robin, everybody is here now, and should I just go around the table? Well, actually, if you don't mind, if you want to introduce yourselves or say who's present, and I'll let Robin take over. Thank you.
Robin, the entire Board of County Commissioners is here, so we're disappointed that you weren't here in person because we scheduled this meeting with you. So we'll try as best we can to accommodate you.
Yeah, and I do apologize for that. You know, I had worked my family vacation around the previously scheduled meeting, and when it was changed again, it was just impossible for me to change my travel plans. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to present. I'm glad my colleagues are there in person, and you know, they'll be leading through the slides, and I'll be providing some kind of general background on why we are in front of you today, and why I think you know, we want to talk to you about the ballot initiative.
Robin, how about if I give them the information on the school finances, and then you can take it from there. How's that sound?
That'll be perfect. And what we'll do, guys, is Kate will give you the overview of school finances, and then Melissa will go through a flip chart of slides that I think we provided the commissioners 2 weeks ago. And Melissa, if you could walk through those, and then I'll provide kind of general commentary on each point there and answer any questions that may arise.
Okay.
So, good morning. Thank you all for your time today. I truly appreciate it. I'm not sure how familiar you guys are with the school finance and how school finance works, so I figured I would give you guys some general information on that quickly. I'm going to start with where we are at our school district, and then shift into kind of what's happening at the statewide level. And that should hopefully give you guys some information as to why we're looking for new revenue sources in general. The way our
when you say we, who do you mean we?
The Aspen School District and Aspen Education Foundation. Okay. So the Aspen School District's school finance is dictated by the state. Their policies have it set up so that the way our total program gets calculated is we do an annual count every year on October 1st that counts the number of students that we have. We multiply that number times our per pupil revenue that gets determined based on the School Finance Act and the programs that they have stipulated for how we calculate those dollars. So you take that total program, that per pupil revenue times your students, and that gets you to your total program monies that you're allowed to have. For the Aspen School District, that amounts to just over $16.5 million. Where the source of those funds come from starts with property taxes. So we have a base Finance Act mill levy amount that is at 4.412, and so we multiply that out times the assessed valuation of properties within our district to come up with the dollar amount that our property taxes will generate. And the difference between, and for the 12-13 year, that's estimated to be at $11.4 million. And so the difference between that, we do get monies for specific ownership taxes, and the difference between those items and that $16.5 million is where the state equalization monies come in. So the state is required to come in and pick up that difference. What's been happening over the past couple of years at the state level is that statewide, the state does not have enough monies to fill in that equalization funding for all the districts across the state. And so they have created a negative factor to come in and reduce that $16.5 million of total program revenues down to something that they can manage statewide. And to us, that changes our equalization monies from a $4.3 million down to 1.7. So we do get monies. We have other dollars outside of the total program monies that we're allowed to collect for various mill levy overrides. We have a hold harmless item and other. There's a general mill levy override that's allowed to be at 25% of your total program dollars. And we went before the voters in 2010 and increased our mill levy override up to that maximum 25% in 2010. And so we're really right at that number right now. There are other mill levy overrides that are available to us for some very specific categories: transportation, technology, and buildings. We did have that in place from 2008 through 2011. It's a 3-year designated time period, and we did not go back to the voters at the end of that time frame because we had the funds that we needed to carry on for a couple more years for our technology and our transportation. Those dollars cannot be used for general funding, so they do have specific requirements associated with them.
Michael?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you want questions as we go along or towards the... Okay, thank you.
Sure.
On the transportation funding, can it be used for operating or just capital for transportation?
It can be used for operating monies over and above your, there's a certain designated amount that the state will give us for transportation. So any excess dollars, operating dollars spent on transportation, that can fund that. Those dollars for our school district amounts to about $400,000 a year. So
that's currently coming out of kind of your general fund?
Yes.
Of mill levy?
Yes,
So
yes.
if you did ask for a mill levy for transportation,
Right.
that would
We could.
relieve the
Yeah.
general fund up to $400,000?
yeah, you could.
Okay, and then on the building portion, is it something that you could ask for that mill levy and then refinance some of your construction debt on your current?
No,
buildings?
we have for the bonds that we have outstanding associated with building the high school and the middle school, and then the employee housing and that kind of thing, we have refunded those bonds. We did a refunding in September of 2011 and again in February, and brought those rates down as low as they can possibly be.
Great.
And it created a significant savings for the taxpayers through doing that process.
Thank you.
Let's see. Okay, so the per pupil revenue, there's a base amount that every district in the state starts with, and then this the Colorado Department of Education, they have different factors in for your cost of living, your size of district, and a personnel factor, and they also add in dollars for your at-risk population, which includes low income and the percentage of English language learners that we have. And so we go from that $5,832 up to $9,979 per pupil. And that is the amount that gets applied against our funded pupil count each year. We do have we're very fortunate in the early stages of the reductions from the state funding to have the bulk of our monies coming from property tax revenues. In 2008 and 2009, we saw basically almost 100% of our dollars coming from local property taxes. But when we had our revaluation on the property taxes in I believe it was this past year, it was the 2010 revaluation, when it went back and we saw the changes from the recession, we saw a substantial hit. We went from a $3.35 billion assessed valuation to a $2.5 billion assessed valuation. We're not allowed to go back and increase that base Finance Act mill levy, so we can't go back and put ourselves in a position where we could get more of our funding from local property taxes. The state statute does not allow that to go back up. And so we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place of not being able to move that number anywhere, even though we believe that our community would support it if we were to go down that road. Our projections on funding shortfalls for the 2012-13 year, we do have a shortfall of almost at $900,000, but we're using savings from the first year of implementation on our mill levy override that we passed in 2010 and 11, and we're using general reserves to help pay for that. As we look forward into the 2013-14, 14-15, 15-16, as we kind of play those years out without having significant changes in our staffing, which is where 85% of our costs come from, we're going to continue in that, $800,000 a year shortfall. I did project out in the 2015-16 to start seeing some changes in the property tax generation and also some more monies from the state equalization monies. But that's just a guesstimate on my part as to when we're going to start seeing more dollars coming from the state level. So we're really looking at kind of an ongoing scenario of of running in the red at a fairly significant amount. And that, in a nutshell, is where we look for, okay, how can we make changes? Where can we find additional revenue sources? Where can we figure out a way to make ongoing, permanent changes that aren't just tapping into reserves that are really one-time monies that, once they're gone, then we're done. So that's kind of where we're having wanting to look in the long term and see where we can come up with some other areas.
Did you want that?
Yeah, that.
John, would you mind helping me pull up that list?
Sure. This one. At a state level, there is concern or just issues with, no, it's got this blue in the back. There you go. At a state level, Colorado Department of Education and just the state revenue picture is starting to look better, but it's very, very slow growth. We saw from the 11-12 year into 12-13 that funding actually stayed as close to flat as it's been in the last 3 to 4 years. The state was able to provide in their equalization monies kind of right around $5.1, $5.2 billion of revenues coming in and holding the average per pupil funding relatively flat. But we don't know how long it's going to stay flat or if it'll dip back down again. But we can be certain that it will take a significant period of time for that to kind of come back up. We can see that the amount that should be funded versus what is being funded is a very sizable number. The kind of light blue line on this slide compared to the dark blue line is the gap between where we should be funding and where we are funding. And that amount at a state level is close to $1.1 billion. So it is going to take a significant period of time before the state is going to be able to bring us back to even level funding with where we should be on a statewide level. Yes.
Can you just define what that means, where we should be?
So for the way the School Finance Act calculates what every school district's total program should be, where we ought to be, that's where the light blue lines, that's what the state says, this is the amount of money that we should be spending on that.
The state legislators.
Right, that the way the School Finance Act reads, that's where the funding level is supposed to be. Mm-hmm. And they have applied a negative factor over a number of years to create a $1.1 billion gap between those items. That doesn't address the issues that we've got with the item before the state Supreme Court. There was a lawsuit that was filed to challenge the way that they calculate what that base amount should be. And the original findings were that the state was not funding it at the levels that are needed. And so we'll wait and see kind of what comes out of that. But even with the way the current Finance Act reads, there's a significant gap there. And so even as the yes, Robin?
Yeah, Kate, I was just going to ask you to emphasize that as long as it's correct, that the state has mandated that we provide certain programming to our students, but has not provided the commensurate funding to meet those demands. Would that be a correct characterization?
Correct. I mean, there are, over the years, there have been, increases in requirements for the services and steps that education that we provide to all students and that we are held accountable for and that kind of thing. And there has not been funding that's come behind it. So they call those the unfunded mandates. And one last bit, kind of on a statewide level, and that kind of thing, is to how this compares to when many of us were coming up through the school system. There has been a significant shift in the percentage of on a statewide level of what's being paid for with local share money, with local property taxes, as compared to the state portion. And I did not get a chance to get this into the slides, but in 1989, 57% of all K-12 funding was provided by local property taxes statewide, and in 2009, that percentage was 36%. And that's the result of the Gallagher Amendment and Tabor coming into play and kind of working together and drawing that local percentage down on a state level. So from a statewide perspective, in order to really see a significant shift in how we're paying for school funding, there's got to be a change on the state level as to how just the mechanics work with Gallagher and Tabor and that kind of thing. And that, as you all know, is very, very difficult to achieve at that level. And so with that, we have been looking at a variety of options and feel like we've exhausted kind of what's within the school district's control, which is our property tax base and that kind of thing. And it came to our attention and with AEF's attention as well a few years ago, not a few years ago, but about a year ago, that Steamboat had this sales tax item in place that was able to generate additional revenues that would come into the school district that was outside of the regular school finance model. And it was through those methods that we researched and decided to pursue and try and find some other more permanent or long-term stable source of revenues that we could look at to kind of get us through these next couple of years until hopefully the state can figure out something that will change the course of where school finance revenues are coming from. Do you guys have any other questions about kind of that end of it?
Well, and I was flipping through here again to try and find the numbers, because you mentioned an $800,000 to $900,000 annual shortfall, and I was under the impression the proposed sales tax would raise, $1.5 to $1.7 million.
Right, and why the difference?
Why the difference?
Why the difference? As we look at those dollars, if we're looking to create a revenue source to kind of get us through those next couple of years, the $800,000 to $900,000 of shortfall reflects keeping salaries at exactly where they are today. We did do an increase this past year offset by a furlough day coming into the 12-13 year. And it's kind of like an every other year kind of thing that we have done. We didn't do an increase the year before and had done furlough days the year before that to kind of offset increases. And so part of what we were looking at is trying to be able to provide some ability for the teachers to get an increase on their salary schedule the next couple of years. And that amounts to about $400,000 in a given year. We also have funding from professional development and textbooks and library costs and things that we've pulled back on the past couple of years to the tune of about $82,000. There's dollars that we could put into technology rather than going for a separate property tax question as well. We feel it's best kind of to ask the taxpayers one time for some money and not go back to them again and again and again. And so we were rolling into that dollars for a technology plan starting in 2013 of about $400,000 a year. And so if we take kind of the worst case scenario net shortfall at like $980,000 and add those items in, it gets us to above $1.7 million. It's probably close to $1.85 million. And we figured that that is kind of where, we'd like to see the revenues come in, so that it gives us the opportunity to still provide some income increases for our teachers over the course of the next 3 years. So without, because it's like they get like a $1,300 raise or something like that.
Just a short follow-up. How much is in your current technology budget that you even, with your...
From the mill levy override that we passed a few years ago?
Well, no, I mean,
or just...
because you said you let that expire. But,
right.
But within the general budget that comes out of your revenues now, what do you spend on technology?
So we spend on, not sure off the top of my head where the salaries and wages are. We're not allowed to spend the mill levy override monies on salaries and wages. We use that for capital, for the increases. And that, I think we have about $400,000 left. And we're just planning on spending that out in 12-13. On top of that, we have dollars for ongoing kind of licenses and renewals and those kinds of things for the products that we use every year, of about $140,000 a year.
So is any of that coming out of your general fund now?
Yes.
And about how much is coming out of your general fund now?
So not the salaries and wages side, but the other, there's probably, I'm saying close to $200,000 a year coming out of just general fund for those items.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Board? So, are there comments from Robin? How are we going to go forward on this?
Robin?
Yeah, I think if we can, Melissa, let's go to the AAF slide deck, and I'll just start with this, just to add on to what Kate said, and how did this idea come to be? And we presented at the Aspen Business Lunch back in the early fall about the state of public school finance and what AAF was doing to try to help. And many of the audience raised their hand and said, why don't you do what Steamboat did? And that person turned out to be the former finance director for the city of Steamboat Springs, who's now holds that same job here in Aspen. And so through the course of the months intervening, we spent time with him and with staff and with various stakeholders in the community to kind of gauge their sentiment to support our schools using an increase in sales tax either at the city or the county level. Pretty broad support, kind of on the back of Prop 103, which passed in the city of Aspen by margin of 2.1, but got overturned at the state level. And we think our solution is more elegant because it provides, those dollars will stay in our community rather than being shipped to Denver and then hopefully reallocated back to our school district. So we've been canvassing the constituents in the valley, including large businesses, Chamber of Commerce, various stakeholders. And the more time that me and my colleagues at AAF spent with Kate and her team at the school district, the more clear it became that this is a systemic issue with the state of public finance, public education finance in the state of Colorado, and that there's a lot to be done as far as reform is concerned, and that time is running out, and that we can't wait for Denver to reform the way that it funds its schools, and that Aspen School District needs to take kind of ownership and accountability for educating its kids and not wait for Denver. So we are very pleased with the support that we've received at the city level, and as you're aware, the city has asked us as a matter of equity, because there have been concerns about doing this at the city level, and that approximately 50% of the kids at the Aspen School District are not residents of the city of Aspen. They have asked us to come present to you with the idea of putting on the ballot in November a 0.25% sales tax increase in the county. As many of you will remember, I've reached out over email or telephone calls, and the response was highly interested in education and our kids, but not a lot of appetite for potentially putting it on the ballot. And we're in front of you today because the cities and the constituents there have asked us to be, but we're gratified by the results of a poll we conducted about a month ago, which shows nearly 60% support at the county level for a 0.25% increase in the sales tax at the county level. And that's the proposal that we're making to you today. And the 0.25 has been, when I think it was maybe Rachel had asked about the delta between the shortfall and the 1.75, we've actually dialed those numbers back from a $2.5 million original potential ask of the community to 1.75. And so these are the kind of really need to haves and not verging on the kind of nice to haves. So that 0.25% is our best estimate, given the numbers available to us on the sales activity in the county that would generate approximately $1.75 million per year. We'll probably go off the slide deck script a little bit here, Melissa, so maybe follow me around. But the idea would be, again, to essentially replicate what our friends at Steamboat have done, and that's to create a separate entity. So we're provisionally calling this the Aspen Education Fund, and that entity would be would have 5 directors, and they'd be appointed in the first instance. And we've taken various advice whether they be appointed or elected. It's kind of chicken and egg whether you can elect before you have a sitting board. And so I think our thinking is to appoint a board and to include a 4-year sunset provision so that the voters always have the right to extend something that they believe is working or not to extend something that they believe is not working. And so we believe that 4-year sunset provision provides a level of accountability to the district that the district and AEF and various constituents are comfortable being held to account for. It is our hope to put on the ballot this November. We think the turnout during election year is going to be very positive and favorable, and again, based on the polling, very sympathetic to a poll question, a ballot question concerning our schools. So again, I guess it comes down to Aspen taking control of its own kids and its own students at a time where there's appetite in the community to prioritize education. We understand there are other competing interests, but we really believe that the education that we provide to our kids in Aspen and in the Valley, is the cornerstone of the Aspen brand and the Aspen experience. Additional benefits that doing this tax increase at the county level is that because roughly, and Kate will correct me if I'm grossly wrong, but that 20% of our students live outside of the county, so our friends at RE1, and I think Matt Hamilton's in the audience today, would receive additional dollars on a pro rata share of those additional tax collections. So we think that while Aspen's leading the charge, it will have a knock-on effect in cooperation with the county to help our friends mid and lower valley with similar budget problems that they're encountering as a result of the state funding model.
Is that it, Robin?
Yeah, that's it. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I think the microphone's probably closer to Kate than it is to the commissioners, and I don't know if there's a way to get the mic closer. Is there questions of me or of my colleagues at AEF? I think we've got great representation today, and this is something we've spent a lot of time thinking about and noodling on, and we want to make sure that we don't leave today with any unanswered questions from your perspective or your staff's perspective.
Rob?
Robin, this is Commissioner Robin. Just one question. The $1.7 million that you estimate that a 0.25% countywide sales tax would be based on, is that number based on sales tax revenue from 2011, 2012? We've seen about an 8% increase in sales tax this year, and is that projection going forward based on increased sales tax revenue?
Yeah, Commissioner Anders, those numbers were based on the previous 2 years from data that I worked on with the city finance manager back in December. And so it probably does not reflect the latest sales volumes.
Yes, Bob?
Just another question regarding how Aspen Educational Foundation works. Are there additional sources of revenue that Aspen Educational Foundation can raise to go towards this sort of offset in education? And do you?
You're asking that because I neglected to address that in my opening remarks. I think, the colleagues around the table from AAF and the rest of the board and tremendous volunteers that we have will attest to that no matter how hard we work and no matter how hard we engage our community, that on average we are able to write a check to the Aspen School District of, and again, Kate, please correct me, but between $350,000 and $550,000 per year. And we're working really, really hard to raise money privately, and we feel like the gap between what we can raise and the projections that Kate is basing her budgeting on is just too great for us to give high confidence that a private fundraising effort will fill that gap and allow us to restore and expand programs that have been cut along the way. And so I guess the part of the message is to you that we've worked really, really hard, but those of us like you that have a business background are saying, well, there's still going to be a gap, and we're still not going to be providing the kind of resources necessary to our teachers to deliver the standard of product that our community expects of our schools.
And I'll just echo real quick that the budget information that we have reflects an ongoing contribution from AEF of about $400,000 a year. So there are positions and programs that they are currently funding that we're counting on them being continued into the future to the tune of that $400,000 a year. So should that funding go away, then our deficit to maintain those programs goes up.
So just to clarify that, the $800,000 deficit includes a revenue source of $400,000.
Correct.
Rachel?
Yeah, I guess I have a comment more than a question. And I mean, we're all familiar with the overall state shortfalls. And like you, we've dealt with some pretty severe shortfalls in our budget at the county level. We're doing road repairs out of reserves that are non-replenishing, and after that capital source is gone. It was previously the source to be able to replace this building at some point in time, but we've shifted it to a more important priority. So I don't know how either of those will be funded in 10 years. But we had very tough discussions about how much funding support to offer for early childhood education for the lowest income members of our community. And we had to cap that. We had to cap the number who would be able to receive that sort of assistance. It was very painful for us and a lot of disagreement, discussion on the board. But my bigger fear is just that we're seeing everyone want to fund everything with sales tax now. I know Matt's in the back of the room, and he has participated in Governor Hickenlooper's to be decided, to be determined process. And I went to 3 different meetings on that as well to talk about the shortage of funding for higher education, for human services, for roads, for schools. And almost everyone kind of comes up with well, let's raise sales tax. I mean, that's the way transportation particularly is going. They're looking at the Denver Regional Council of Governments, the Dr. Cog, passing a 2-cent sales tax, so they don't just do their faster mass transit improvements, but that's how they start to improve roads. And they've kind of turned to the Western Slope and said, well, you guys just need to form new transportation regions and pass a couple sales taxes there for your roads. And schools have traditionally been funded by property tax, and that's where, when you talk about the state share going up to 57%, and it used to be 36%, this is kind of continuing along that trend line in a certain way. The state has a small share of sales tax, mostly income tax, things like that. So I'm just concerned that everyone wants to go to the same well in the future. And I am not saying I would not support this. I'm not saying I would not put it on the ballot. But it seems to me that you have at least $1 million a year available by asking for mill levy funding. And if that's taking the current $200,000 technology out of the general fund budget and putting it into a renewed tech mill levy, to take your future $400,000 worth of tech improvements and enhancements that you talk about coming out of the sales tax and put that into the mill levy, and then you take $400,000 of transportation funding and out of your general fund and put it into the mill levy. A mill levy would cover at least $1 million of the $1.7 million that you're looking for, and then there could be a much smaller ask on sales tax for the public.
So the technology funds that we could get through a mill levy override could only be spent on capital items. It could not be spent on ongoing operating items. And so from that standpoint, we're not able to shift those dollars in that fashion.
So okay.
And the $400,000 that we're designated to spend in 12-13 is the last remaining amounts from that mill levy override that we did in 2008. So
I'm confused because when I'd asked you the question before of what amount was really from the general fund, so you're saying that amount is just all operating now?
Right, right. Well, so we're spending capital dollars in 12-13 that's left over from the mill levy override that we did in 2008 through 2011. And the ongoing operation monies, we're not, if we were to go for a mill levy override on technology, we could not spend those mill levy monies on operating dollars.
So there would not be as much gain there,
right.
But
And
perhaps
maybe
some.
the $400,000 on transportation is a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, again, I just think that should definitely be included in whatever your plans are going forward, because it just, I realize it's, quote, simpler to ask one question, but looking even at the library, they're going to have to ask two questions, whether it's a bond and then the funding source or any type of program. And I've certainly checked off yes on multiple school district questions before,
Right.
But the shift again to just sales tax, especially when you talk about finding an ongoing and permanent measure. So even though this is a 5-year proposal with a sunset so you can renew, or a 4-year proposal, renew and go back to the voters, the anticipation is it would be renewed again and again, or the hope, unless the state figures it out.
Right.
I mean, Steamboat put theirs in place quite a while ago and hasn't been able to find the appropriate funding to do otherwise. And I just, I see Debbie from the chamber back there as well. I know she's a mother. I know she's very involved with her kids' education. And I think she knows how hard we had to fight for the lodging tax for marketing in the first place. And so I wonder about the whole circle of effects. So at what point does someone come to Snowmass and have to pay a 10.5% sales tax or whatever it would be, or Aspen, and then say, that place is too expensive. I'm going to go to Pagosa Springs next year and go to Monarch or go to one of these other ski areas, and then our property values start to fall further. There's a point at which without the economy, you don't have the sales tax, the property tax values and the property tax base. So I just feel a little uncertain about those factors. And I realize you guys are dealing with a lot of uncertainty. I mean, will the state reduce our equalization dollars just because we have an alternate source? Will they find a way to do that? No, I'm not so sure about that.
No, we have we've had our attorney look at it and put it to CDE.
Under the current School Finance Act.
Yes.
That's
True.
20 years old.
So under the current, we can't guesstimate where they're going to go next. But under the current structure, no, they can't come in and take additional equalization funding. And I'll just mention that, our hope is that things turn around at the state level and they figure out a different ways of funding school finance and that kind of thing in our school programs. And we really do, at this point, it's my intent on the sales tax to have this be for a short term. And I may have misspoke when I said the permanent and ongoing. It's more of a more stable source of funding than really having to look to private donations year after year after year. So something more stable that we can count on for 3 years at a certain level, rather than the private funding options available to us.
And again, I'm not saying I'm for this or against this, but I really would like to see the property tax component included. so that the ask could be smaller. When you get to a fundamental level, sales tax is more volatile than anything else. A bad snow year, a lot of fires, things like that, whereas property tax is relatively stable.
George and then Jack.
And it's deductible.
Yeah, first I want to acknowledge all the great work that AEF does. I think it's a great asset for the community and for the school. You guys do great work. And I understand the challenges that not only the Aspen School District has, RE1 School District has, the whole state has, and the challenges given with the shortfalls, and as was addressed earlier, we really need to have a state tax reform, from Gallagher to Tabor to School Finance Act. And as Rachel said, she has been participating in Governor Hickenlooper's to be determined process, and one of the 3 top priorities that have come out of that is trying to find a better way to fund K-12. So that's critical, and we all understand that. I live in BOCC, Down Valley, so I pay property taxes to RE1 district. And in fact, my mill levy is close to 40 mills. It's a huge percentage of the overall property taxes that I pay to RE1. And there we have, of course, as you know, 3 different schools, 3 different unique communities, BOCC, Carbondale, and Glenwood Springs. And in fact, a year ago, when RE1 went to the voters to ask for a slight increase in the mill levy, it did pass, but it passed only because BOCC and Carbondale supported that. It did not pass in Glenwood Springs, which is actually the largest of the 3 school districts. And so even though some of these dollars would carry over into the RE1 district, proportionally, by the time they get distributed between BOCC, Carbondale, and Glenwood, I don't think it's going to have much of an impact. I really can't support a countywide tax. I was up in Redstone Sunday, and I talked to some merchants up there. Redstone, if you're familiar with that little community, they are sort of on the outskirts of Pickens County. They are always struggling to maintain their businesses. And the people up there live up there because they love the area, and they do their best to try to provide services and provide opportunities for businesses to thrive. Their tax rate right now is 6.9%, combination of the county and the state. And that's one of the few advantages that they have when tourists are coming through, looking at purchasing some art or other little things, that they have a low tax rate that they can compete with other communities and other businesses. And speaking to them, a few of the business owners up there, they really would not support an increase in their taxes, and specifically where the most of these dollars would be going to the Aspen School District. They don't send their kids to the Aspen School District. So when Robin talked about an equity issue, City of Aspen said that they're supportive of it. The other large taxable district is Snowmass Village. And again, most of the kids, families in Snowmass Village go to the Aspen School District. So it seems to me that if you want to pursue this avenue, then I would suggest that you also ask the town of Snowmass Village to increase their sales tax to support the Aspen School District for their kids. But living down valley, representing District 5, I don't think this is a fair and equitable solution on a countywide basis, and I can't support it.
Thanks, George. Jack?
Yeah, question and a few comments, Michael.
Sure.
As Pickens County's representative to Colorado Counties Incorporated, we, as those of us, Rachel and I, who are involved, get even a little bit better focus on what's going on at the state level. And then generally the board, and we try to bring back information all the time, and, it's just, it's unable to, we could spend hours talking about what goes on with all the counties and the link to the state government. Quarterly, there are projections about the state budget. So now we've just gone to another fiscal year in July 1st, starting 12 to 13. Are any of these numbers about the link of the state piece, not locally, but the state piece, have they been updated with the new projected budget for the state? Because my understanding is, thankfully, the projections were more positive as far as revenue streams.
What I saw at the statewide level and the most recent information that came out is kind of continued very small incremental changes at the statewide level, but that it is positive that we're starting to have a couple of quarters back-to-back where we're seeing positive changes. But that does not demonstrate a large enough shift in being able to significantly close that $1.1 billion gap in school finance. So at this point, I think I did pick up a small percentage increase in funding for the 13-14 and 14-15 years that would result from a small amount of growth at the state level. But we don't have solid enough projections coming out of the state yet where they're telling us that they're going to be able to increase school finance dollars by X% or anything like that. They haven't shared that information with us yet. So.
Thank you. I appreciate the update because I'm more aware of, say, the overall budget relative to the whole state instead of specifics like school finance. So thank you. What I see, and I appreciate the packet, it's very informative, and the presentation by individuals. What I see when I look at what's gone on with the Aspen School District, because I will admit I am not familiar with, except what you read in the newspapers, of course, with RE1. But since 1994, 17 years, for various reasons, and including two that are not mentioned in this packet, the construction of the middle school and high school, we've gone to the voters every 2.1 years. And that's okay, the voters have passed it. There's no doubt everyone in this room and a good portion of the community unequivocally supports education and pieces of the, well, this year it was about transportation, this year it was technology, this year building, this year override, etc. But that, that paints a certain picture every 2.1 years. And I know this is clearly a sales tax request at this current time. But being an elected official, I've been elected 3 boards, I'm in my 28th year. A long time ago I learned that you represent everyone. And not only your constituents, quote unquote, and those who give you feedback all the time. We all know because we all have good links in the community. And so my comments are not specific to just sales tax requests. It's all tax requests. We're in tough economic times. It's phenomenal, and only because of the strength of who Aspen is primarily, and of course our valley. We're pretty strong. We're a wonderful place to live and work and go to school. But there is a component in our community that is suffering, and I'll just give some unemployment numbers real quickly here. Starting in 06, and this is the June number, so I had to pick somewhere. So, it wasn't at the peak and it wasn't at the low. 06, 3.4, 07, 2.7, 08, 2.9. Then we get to reality of what the times we're in. 7.7, 8.8, 8.3, and this year, currently in June, the numbers were 8.3. Now, if you look at what this request is and the library request, for example, that has some potential to go on the ballot. It doesn't matter where the money's coming from, mill levy or sales tax, it affects people and the working people. You know, I don't want to gouge the second homeowners, and I'm sensitive to the wealthy needs, quote unquote. Just put that in quotes because I won't define what their needs are. But the working people are having a really tough time. And like I said earlier, I try to represent everyone. And I think, and this is a regressive tax as far as I'm concerned, you know, it really affects the people who have the least. And so I simply can't support this, and I have attempted to understand the needs of the community, and I, for example, in 2008, did not support that ballot question for the road mill levy. Now, I refused to campaign against my board, so I just took a step back, let the voters be involved, and make the decision. We've got a request of the library. I'm not going to even support putting it on the ballot. I'm not going to support putting this on the ballot either. When times are good, I support and vote for these kind of things. Times, just because we have some positive sales tax numbers, we all know that one horrifying event, whether in the stock market or with terrorism, the curve goes the other way. So I'm in this for the long term, and right now I'm in neutral about all tax increases. So I respectfully decline to support this.
It's Robin Hamill. May I first?
Sure, go ahead, Robin.
Yeah, thank you. And I simply am sympathetic to your position, being quite conservative myself. I guess one of the things that we included in our discussion at the city level, which I don't know if is appropriate at the county level, but I think it potentially resolves your question of regression, and that is that we suggested to the city council, as we would to you, that their rebate to consumers for basic goods and services, you know, in Aspen, it's currently each member of the family gets a $50 rebate for grocery purchases, and we suggested council consider increasing that amount in a commensurate fashion to an increase in the city sales tax. And I guess I wanted to apprise you of that and let you know that that's a potential option at the county level to dampen the impact on good, hard-working people. The second, and I'm a little bit more au fait with the city numbers, is that 60% of the burden of an increased sales tax would fall upon the visitors to our community, and about 5% on our local consumers. And you know, again, I don't want to represent that's the margin for the county. Wouldn't surprise me if it's not dissimilar.
Yes, Richard?
And that's all I had to say on that. I just wanted to address the issue of regression.
This is hard for all of us. I'm sure it's really hard for you, in particular. It just is the struggle for me is that we have such a low property tax relatively in our community, and we have such a high sales tax relatively. I realize we have a lot of residents who are house rich and cash poor, and so any property tax, you know, affects them very strongly. But it's a lot easier to renew an expiring mill or a tax to say this is not a new tax, and at least keep that as a stable part of your base, and then be able to make a smaller ask. And so that's part of what I would emphasize in going forward. But I have seen some pretty good longer range projections from some of the fiscal policy groups in the state, and I'm fully aware that the state cannot grow its way out of this problem. You know, even if the sales tax came back practically to 2008 pre-recession levels, they both have to backfill all these funds that they've raided and restore funding there, as well as restore funding to the school district. But the projections are clearly that even with a robust, booming economy in the state of Colorado, the school funding shortfall remains. And so that's why I do think it's appropriate to look to other measures and find things such as sales tax. But it's about what is the right amount and how is that balanced with continuing to maintain the property, owner's share. I mean, I live in affordable housing. A lot of neighbors do. There's a lot of kids come out of affordable housing as well as the free market. And and I think, and those home rates, when you're owning a $150,000 or $300,000 home, you certainly can and should afford to put more into the school through property tax. And that's the question I had asked John.
We would agree with you as respects to the volatility of the projections that Kate is basing her estimates on. I don't think any of us on this call or in the room have ever experienced the kind of recession that we've faced, and we're doing our best to project that we're going to get out of it. But just this morning I received an update from a global organization that I belong to of relatively young and medium young entrepreneurs around the world, and specifically in the U.S. And the survey is very doubtful. The confidence of CEOs remains quite negative. And so I guess that's one of the things we look at Kate's numbers and we say, well, what if we're wrong? And that's what keeps me awake at night is what if we are wrong about our projections as far as coming out of this recession that's been unprecedented in our lifetimes.
We have about 5 minutes, a little less than 5 minutes left for this discussion. So, Rob, do you want to make any points?
Yeah, sure. And I'll reiterate Rachel's words. I don't think this is easy for any of us. I think all of us here support the fact that we do have an education funding problem right now, and we need to find ways to address it, and we need to find the proper ways to address it, and it's very challenging. It's a very challenging topic. I'll kind of weigh in on some things that have already been said. George weighed in on the fact that the county-wide aspect of a sales tax is challenging, and it's challenging to see that areas like Redstone will be affected and how the balance of all this works. I'm not sure that I can support this because of the idea of how this works as a county-wide sales tax for the Aspen School District. I know there would be a pro rata share to potentially to other counties, but when that's all said and done, we're going to have a shortfall anyway. As a business owner, we've struggled during this economy. All businesses have struggled during this economy, and the large thing that they've struggled with is price perception with value. And, a famous restaurateur once said the most important time period of a meal for a customer is when they're walking out the door and they say, did I have a good value here? And sales tax is added into that equation when they're paying their credit card slip or whatever, and whether they return or not is a basis of that sales tax. And what that's done to businesses is it's forced businesses to keep their prices proportionately lower because of additional sales tax or whatnot. And I do agree, I think Rachel said that, there is a direct correlation with, the returning customers and the sales tax base here and what that means to everything. Visitors versus locals was brought up too, and who's paying this tax. I think with the cost of living of the locals here, increasing that cost of living in a time where they're already repressed is tough. I don't think a sales tax rebate like the city of Aspen does, the $50 is going to make up for the increased sales tax. As a business owner, I pay a lot of sales tax on non-resellable items too. Everything that I buy on my business has a sales tax on it here in the city of Aspen. If I buy a broom for mopping, for sweeping my floor, I pay sales tax on that. So as a business, that hurts as well too. And that affects the unemployment rate because every time I don't see increases in my growth of revenue versus growth of expenses, I pull back on the one thing that I can really control, which is labor. And that hurts the economy in terms of spending out there. I think there needs to be a solution to this education crisis. I'm not sure that, I'll say, I don't think that this is it right now, and I think we should continue working on this, but right now, for this sales tax increase proposal for this election period, I can't support it.
Okay, we've come to 11 o'clock. That's the time to end this session. We appreciate the AEF coming to us. Robin, thank you. And Kate, thank you on behalf of the school board. So that's where we are. So,
Thank you, Commissioners.
okay.
We're extremely grateful that you gave us an audience today. And Mr. Peacock, can you just advise on protocol follow-ups? Is there a consensus that this will not be supported, or is it because it's a working session that's not an actionable item? Can you just help me with understanding the protocol?
Robin, this is Mike Owsley, Chairman. What I understood from this conversation, that there was not a majority consensus or feeling to go ahead with the support of this sales tax. And that's, I think, unless it's brought up again, the way it's going to stand. So, yes, Rachel?
Would there be any reconsideration by the board if it was a combination of a mill levy to redo their tech mill levy, transportation mill levy now, and a smaller sales tax request?
Not for me, not from a county point.
Nor I. So, we're not going to go, I mean, if they come back with that kind of proposal, we'll examine it on its merits then, but we can't have that discussion now, Rachel, because we just don't have the time to do it, so.
All right. Well, again, we're grateful for the audience and very much appreciate your service to the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Education, transportation. I
Thank you for your help.
Nan?
Yes.
Are you going to be up front, or Liz is going to be up front?
You guys have a presentation. Okay. A little bit, yeah.
You can go on up with the gang. I don't know.
I think if I get hit one more time, that would be it.
No, thank you.
But she's so good, she doesn't need it.
She really is. So, John, do we need to convene as the Board of Health?
Yes, you do need to convene.
I'll make a motion to convene as the Board of Health
Second.
as a special meeting.
All in favor?
Aye.
So we're now convened as the Board of Health, and we're going to get an environmental health quarterly update. It says Nan Sundin and Liz Stark, but primarily Liz Stark.
Here is a support to
Okay,
the team.
thank you. Liz, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Could you introduce your cohorts, please?
I'd be happy to. I'm Liz Stark, the Director of Community Health Services, Picken County Public Health Agency. With me is Dr. Morris Cohen, who's the Picken County Medical Officer. I want to welcome Kurt Dahl. He's our new Environmental Health Manager for Picken County Environmental Health. Welcome, Kurt. Glad to have you. And Tom Dunlop, who's the Picken County Environmental Health Advocate. So we're here to give you our quarterly update.
Thank you, Liz.
Yes.
Thank you. Shall I start?
Yes, please.
This is good, right? Okay, great, thank you. I'll review my memo for the public, just to let them know what's going on at Community Health Services. We've got a lot of big things going on right now in our organization. First of all, we are continuing with our community health assessment process. When we saw you last, we had convened what we call the steering committee, and that was a group of community members who represented a wide range of topic areas and population areas. For example, the child, senior citizens, mental health and substance abuse, oral health. So we had about 10 to 15 people who participated in that steering committee convened in January and met monthly through the winter and spring. And Jordana Pickman, as our public health planner, worked with me, and we collected Pickens County specific data to present to the steering committee. We also collected qualitative data, talking to additional stakeholders and key informants throughout the spring, painting them a picture of health issues in Pickens County. And then that culminated in a prioritization process that we went through in May, where we selected about 10 issues that sort of had data points that were outliers. And we went through a ranking system with that group to select the top 3 or 4 of those issues. And out of that process came 4 issues that we looked more closely at: mental health and substance abuse, the aging senior population, access to health care, and radon. Those are the 4 that sort of rose to the top. So as a planning committee, we decided to select radon as one of our public health priorities. Remember that Pickens County is required, or Community Health Services as the public health agency is required to submit a public health improvement plan to the state health department. We hope to do that by the end of this year. And by selecting these priorities, that's what will be in our plan. We will identify the top issues in our community, come up with some strategies to address them. That'll be in our plan. Then the state will have a picture, one of these plans from every county in the state, and then we'll all be able to move forward on addressing these with state support, and the state will inform the state's public health improvement plan. So we selected radon because we thought it was a good opportunity for us to partner with our environmental health partners, both with the city and the county, because we want to show that we're collaborating with them. But the other 3 items required further discussion. So at the last steering committee meeting, we had an in-depth discussion about current services and gaps with those 3 areas: mental health and substance abuse, access to care, and aging senior population issues. And we were really looking at where can public health have the most impact. There's a lot going on in each of these areas, but where is there community political will, and where can public health make a difference? And so the group unanimously decided to select access to care. There's a lot going on in mental health and substance abuse that we might necessarily not bring anything new to the table right now, but we felt that with access to care, we might be able to coordinate some of the efforts that are currently going on. We realize it's a huge, broad topic. So our next steps will be to actually convene people that are involved in these different activities and try to narrow down the topic a little bit. We can talk about certain populations as it relates to access to care, like seniors or the Hispanic population, or we can talk about the uninsured, or we can talk about oral health. There are many different ways that we can talk about access to care, so we need to narrow that scope down a little bit and identify all the things that are going on in our community regarding that topic. And hopefully our role will be to maybe coordinate those efforts and understand what's going on in all the different arenas and help move that forward. So, as I said, our next steps will be to convene some key players that are addressing that issue and identify some strategies for solving it as we narrow down the focus. And we hope to submit our public health improvement plan by the end of December. We've also selected an internal priority for community health services, and that is really about building capacity to deliver the core public health services. If you remember the last time we met, we had a presentation that talked about the core public health services, and you all were really involved in that rulemaking last fall in 2011 in reviewing the core public health services and giving your comments. Well, those core public health services became mandated last November, and they include assessment and planning, population health promotion and prevention, emergency preparedness, environmental health, administration and governance, and communicable disease surveillance. So those are the 6 core public health services. So what Community Health Services needs to do is to figure out how, historically as a small nursing service, we can step up to the plate to deliver those core public health services. And we don't have to provide all those core public health services, but we have to assure that they're available to our residents. We don't have to do everything, but we have to at least assure that people have access to those things. So the things that we're currently doing already are emergency preparedness, we do communicable disease surveillance, we have environmental health covered. The areas where we historically have not participated is in the assessment and planning function and that population health promotion function. And we've started the assessment and planning process, obviously because we had a deadline. So with the help of Jordana Pickman, our public health planner, and we've started that process, but it won't end when our public health improvement plan is submitted. There will be ongoing work for that. A public health improvement plan is required every 5 years. But during that time, we'll be monitoring the progress of our activities around access to care and radon, and we'll be reporting back to the state about how our community is doing. So there will be continual work that will need to happen with that. And we've not historically had the internal capacity to do that. The other core public health service, prevention and population health, is a little bit different than what we've done historically. We, as a nursing service, have provided a lot of direct services. So in our family planning program and the women and men we see there and providing immunizations, we do a lot of education with the person sitting in front of us. The population health promotion is talking about really going out into your community and partnering with other stakeholders to try to touch more people than what we might do just one-on-one. So we have not participated in efforts like that, nor led those kinds of initiatives. And that's one area that will be expected to perform as the public health agency. So what our board and staff have been doing over the last several months and will continue to do is some strategic planning about how we can address over the next several years, we can really incorporate those functions into our operations. So we will be coming up with some strategies to do that. So that's the current status of our community health assessment. And so our 3 priorities then include access to care, radon, and our internal capacity building. And those will be the 3 that we report on in our plan. Any questions or comments about that?
George? I have a question on one party memo. You touched on it briefly, the immunization program and how that's really going to impact not only your staff, but the community as a whole, given the new funding mandates. Can you explain that and what that really means?
Yeah, and I referred to that in the section of my memo about immunization and family planning insurance billing. This is coming down mostly from healthcare reform and not necessarily from the core public health services or the Public Health Act. Specific to immunizations, the CDC has mandated that as of January 1st, 2013, the publicly funded vaccine, in our case we call it VFC, or Vaccines for Children. These are vaccines that we get for free from the federal government to vaccinate children from birth to age 19 years of age. And we can only charge a minimal administration fee, and that's set by the federal government, and that's $14. So that vaccine cannot be administered to anyone that has insurance. And that the definition of underinsured has been clarified for a lot of us. Historically, we've always vaccinated children whose parents say, I'm underinsured, i.e., I have a huge deductible, I have a huge copay, and I can't afford to use my insurance to get this service for my child. So they've selected us as a low-cost option. Well, with this new mandate from the CDC, we'll no longer, that definition of underinsured is not valid. Underinsured means that you have no benefit at all for this service. So even though you may have a high deductible, it is covered. It's just put towards your deductible. So people will be encouraged, we will be having to consider that if you have a benefit for this service, you're not eligible for this publicly funded vaccine. So the state immunization program has been working with us to try to figure out how to get into the world of insurance billing. And what we've learned internally, we did an internal survey, is that a large portion of our clients have insurance. We get referrals from the local pediatricians and from schools, and because we're low cost and we're easy to get in, and we're experts in immunizations, that a lot of our clients have insurance. So it could have a big impact. If we opted out of this practice, we would have to turn away a lot of children. And it goes against everything that public health believes in. I mean, our point is we want to vaccinate everybody, regardless of what your payer source is. But to stay in the game, to continue to provide the service that we do so well, we're going to have to get into the insurance billing business. So we are, through a grant that we've received this year, we've been working with making sure our Medicaid application is up to date, our Medicare application is going. We've applied to be a CHP Plus provider. We're next beginning to work with commercial insurers. So it's a whole new game for public health. And the same thing is happening in family planning. And that motivation is due to the expected expansion of people who are going to be insured. With Medicaid expansion and the health insurance exchanges, there's the prediction that with that increased number of insured, that our local health care providers won't be able to absorb that volume of additionally insured, that our services through immunizations and family planning will be in higher demand because people they want to seek services now that they have a way to pay for them. So the family planning program at the State Health Department is also working with us to help us build this infrastructure so that we can bill insurance. So we're told that the way we operate from every public health agency in the state, or anyone that has a Title X or family planning program, and everybody that provides immunizations, their daily operations will completely change. But we have to keep in front of us the services that we offer and that we want to continue to provide these vital services. Regarding Title X, women's health, we are, again, experts in women's health. We provide the service at low cost and high quality, and we think that that's going to be a really important niche in our healthcare system because we can provide that critical piece of healthcare to women at a low cost. And for family planning, it's a place where most women access healthcare only, if at all, anywhere else. So we're an initial access point for women in healthcare, and sometimes the only access to health care for some women. So we feel like that Title X program is vital to our health care system. So we want to sustain that program. And the only way to do it, we're told, is to get in the insurance game. So this is a whole other area of resources, of expertise that we are having to look for. I'm learning a lot, and with the support of the State Health Department, hopefully we'll take baby steps to get this done.
Yeah, just to follow, I mean, that is a huge addition workload to start to dealing with health insurance and all the paperwork involved. And then, but my other question is, when we talked about the underinsured, and even though people may have insurance, but with a high deductible, do you fear that they may be less inclined then to utilize their insurance on those deductibles, knowing that they may never reach it anyway, so they're really paying out of pocket for these vaccinations?
I think that's what's been happening, and I think people will continue to do that. Hopefully the health insurance exchanges will provide opportunities for people to get something that they can better afford, and I hope that there's a lot of community and public education about using your insurance, because what will happen if people opt to continue to do that, we're also predicting that our state and federal grants will decline for lots of other reasons, and that the way for us to continue to support our programs financially is with insurance reimbursement. So we want to preserve those grant monies for the people who truly are not insurable. And so if we're using those public funds to subsidize someone that has insurance, it's not a good use of our money. So we hope that the public, through this whole process, is educated about you have this insurance now and you need to use it.
Rachel?
Thank you. A couple of quick questions. I think if there's a $14 administrative cost for doing the vaccines, what will the vaccines themselves cost? You'll no longer get it for free. What will?
So we will have, yes, you will have to purchase private vaccine for those children who have insurance, and we'll have to create a new fee schedule.
Do you have any idea what kind of it costs?
No, it depends on, that's the other thing. The immunization program is trying to help us find some purchasing power through some of the vaccine manufacturers so that we can purchase that vaccine at a reduced cost. So we don't know yet what it will cost us to purchase the vaccine, so we still have a lot of work to do there.
Yeah, that sounds like quite a challenge. So it sounds like you'll be able to do this year's flu season, and then these rules kick in for 2013. So at least there's a little time there.
It's not only flu, it's all the other
Yeah.
childhood immunizations.
Yeah. I mean, I can see the challenge is how much to keep on hand, and demand and start to
That's not even the problem. The problem is if they're able to get the proper software, et cetera, it's going to be expensive, and it's going to have a yearly maintenance. So costs are going to go up tremendously. I'm disturbed by this because the people who need our services are not going to be able to get it because we're going to be costing out, and it's not a good thing. I think it's a bad thing.
Now, to follow up one more time, I know that with the Affordable Care Act, a great number of screenings are now covered mandatorily with no copay, and I've always thought of that as preventative care, but vaccinations will not fall under that sort of preventative care umbrella.
They will.
They will.
So the good news about that is those services should be offered with no copays and nothing towards your deductible. So it'll be easier to, we won't have to be collecting copays on immunizations because they should be covered at 100% for any new plan that starts
As these
this
things
goes into effect.
phase in.
Yes.
So at the end of the day, once they are really fully under that preventative care auspice of any insurance policy, then it won't really be necessarily out of pocket towards someone's deductibles.
Right.
Although the greater expense and managerial on our programs, it will eventually be something that people won't be afraid that I'm not going to get reimbursed for it or whatever. Because I just have to say, I mean, I understand the problems of implementing something like this, but there's a point at which it seems that how long can you use public dollars for something that the insurance companies should be covering or that people's insurance, is available for? It'd be kind of like, giving people a pass on, you don't have to pay your property tax because we're just nice people this year, even though you could and you can afford it and you're not in need, or your policy will cover it, over time. So.
And so Dr. Cohen was referring to a software program for electronic billing, for an electronic practice management system that will streamline the whole submission of claims. So we've been looking for something like that for over a year and continue to look for something that's affordable, that it's also combined with an electronic health record that will work in our entire medical community. So we're still looking for something like that. So that will be an added expense moving forward.
Right now, people are covered for immunizations. They could go to the pediatricians, and I talked to Harvey Fahy from one of the pediatrician groups, and the software is a problem for them. They're always having to update it. We haven't turned anybody away, so we're fulfilling our mandate of giving them immunizations. So now what we have to do is have special software to find out how we can get reimbursed from these policies. And Liz has been trying, she's had some difficulty because the information wasn't out there. Hopefully it will get better. That's what our concern is. And we had talked before, we talked about immunizations, not family planning. How much money are we talking about a year?
That we recoup?
That we spend on the immunizations right now. To purchase them, right.
We don't purchase any for
They're
children.
free. How much would it cost?
I don't know that yet because I don't.
Are we talking about hundreds of thousands, or are we
No.
talking about hundreds of dollars?
Tens of
it'd
thousands?
It'd be tens of thousands of dollars.
Okay, well, I needed to know that,
Yeah.
because if it was going to cost you $20,000 or $30,000 a year for your computers and software, you may say, we're going to go the other route. You need to know what your options are.
Yeah.
And this is a big decision for us. And the board has been involved in many discussions, and we've gone both directions and really thinking about how we can pull this off. And so I would like to ask that I come back to you sometime before my last quarterly meeting and a special meeting, perhaps, to provide more details about this, come back to you with my board's recommendation and a plan about how we want to implement this, because I feel like it's a big enough change in our organizational and operational structure that I want your feedback. And, with little time to really have a discussion, I'd like to request that I have an opportunity to do that in the next couple of months.
Just make the request to administration.
Okay. Thank you. So I want to quickly finish up because I have other folks here who want to give their reports. So I'll mention the Aspen and Parachute Dental Health Alliance is involved in a great pilot program currently. This is a partnership with Caring for Colorado, Colorado Foundation, and the Cavity Free at 3 program. We launched this pilot back in June, where Caring for Colorado and Cavity Free at 3 came to our valley and invited over 100 dentists and healthcare professionals. And thank you to Rachel for attending that event. The idea behind this pilot is to increase the number of dentists who provide Medicaid, who take Medicaid in their private practices, and also to make dentists aware of oral health for children under age 3. We're trying to promote sort of a change in medical practice for dentists to think about seeing a child at age 1 when they hardly have many teeth. But that's the new science now, is that we need to start prevention with children by age 1. And it's really about educating the parents. So there's this whole Cavity Free at 3 program is about educating dentists and primary care providers and pediatricians about starting oral health care early. So our regional oral health consultant has, just from that event, the launch dinner, about 6 dentists came forward to participate in the Cavity Free at 3 program that night. So those practices have scheduled Cavity Free at 3 trainings, and some have expressed interest in getting some Medicaid training. So the pilot, actually, Caring for Colorado and Cavity Free at 3, have a staff person from healthcare policy and finance that will come to their practice and sit down with them and do some calculations about how much revenue they could make if they billed Medicaid, help them set up the application. So there's a lot of support for dentists to do this. So we're really excited to participate in this pilot, and it's moving along very well. I want to let you know about a grant that Pitkin, Eagle, and Garfield counties have jointly applied for. This is the first time that those 3 public health agencies have partnered on a grant like this, and it's just another step in our efforts to really look at shared resources and combining our efforts across the region. We applied for a tobacco grant from the Colorado Department of Public Health. These are Amendment 35 funds that were just recently released after they had been taken away from tobacco to balance the budget. So they came back, and there was a competitive grant application. And the goal of the grant is just to, obviously, to reduce tobacco rates, but specifically to increase the number of people who use the quit line across Colorado, and looking at target populations. So we were approved by the Tobacco Grant Review Committee, and then the grant will be submitted to the State Board of Health on the 15th of August. So we'll know for sure whether we got the grant next week. But we're excited because it's really a great example of that prevention and population health promotion, because it's a group of people working with stakeholders to get the word out about a public health issue. So we'll be working with CMC. That's one of the target populations that we'll be working with, our students at community colleges. We'll be working with all the public health agencies in the 3 counties, as well as Mount Family Health Center and Eagle Care Clinic on the Eagle side. So we're excited about that opportunity to work together. And lastly, I'll talk about this new program called the Community Paramedic Program. This is a program that was started in Eagle County, and they have become nationally and internationally acclaimed for starting this. And so we're excited that we have an opportunity to emulate it here in Pitkin County. Basically, what it does is it allows paramedics to, within their existing scope of work, to go into people's homes and provide sort of an extension of primary care. And all their work is done under the supervision or order of a physician. But they're used to going into people's homes already, but they're going to be looking at things through a different lens. They can go in and do a full physical assessment. They can do a medication check. They could do a fall assessment. They can give immunizations. They can help child welfare or do a physical assessment of a child that they might be dealing with. So there's a huge expansion of the services that they can offer in people's homes. So Aspen Ambulance District is taking the lead on this project, and in Eagle County, when it started, there was a strong connection between public health and this program, and so we're excited to be involved because we see them as extensions of us in the community, can help us in our flu clinics, can help us in our prenatal home visit, postpartum visits. So there are many ways that all the Health and Human Service agencies can use them as an extension. So we'll be supporting them and getting the word out. And hopefully, I think they're trying to get it started by sometime in 2013.
Yes, Jack?
Yeah, two questions. Nothing is free, so how is this paid for if someone, if they show up at the home, emergency medical services, very expensive anyway, if you get taken away, in an emergency, but this is by choice. So who gets billed? How is this funded?
Eagle County's model is that it's totally funded from grants. They've had some large Colorado Foundation grants to date, and so that's the avenue that we're going to pursue. So the service is free to the client. Then there is some talk that with healthcare reform there might be some reimbursable services. Some new benefits might be available to make some of these services reimbursable, but currently it's all funded through grants.
And have the ambulance district, for example, gotten some legal advice about liability?
Yes, Eagle County really has done all the footwork, and so we are taking their lead in terms of coming up with a business plan, checking all the legal implications of it. So yes, that is an angle.
And you check with your attorneys to make sure that they agree with whatever has come down from Eagle County? I mean, we just don't want a rubber stamp. Yeah,
Sure.
Well, they've done the homework. We need to do it too.
Yes. Yeah, because our situation's a little bit different in how the ambulance district is structured. So we do have some different, and the hospital is a big partner in this too. So we have some little different nuances that will require us to look into those things.
Yeah, well, it looks like you're doing some forerunning on information, so.
But you're right, the liability is important because the scope of services will increase. The theory behind the program, and I'm in favor of it if it's done properly, is that you'll have less people going to the emergency room unnecessarily, less people going in as emergencies into the various offices which are already strained because our population is getting older. So there'll be a saving from all of that. If there's no saving, then you might as well leave it the way it was, but I think there will be a saving. You're right. An ambulance comes and a fire truck comes with it and they pull you into the hospital, it's thousands of dollars. If you didn't have to go, that would be nice.
So the point is, which I failed to mention, is to reduce healthcare costs, to improve access. Those are really the goal, and to improve the outcomes of the health of the people who truly need it, who might be homebound, hospital discharge. Patients will be a big source of referrals in the beginning, but also they are not working outside of their scope of practice. They will receive additional training so that they can think about different things when they're in their home, but the thing to remember is they're not really working outside their existing scope of practice, and they're highly trained, highly skilled professionals who have a lot to offer when they get into someone's home. So it's a resource that's great to tap into.
Something that Liz mentioned, which is really important, hospital discharges. In this country, about 30% of the population, at least the senior population, are back in the hospital within 30 days of discharge. It costs a lot of money because the communication isn't good. So there have been some centers now that have been sending visiting nurses in to specifically go over medication and instructions, etc. That could be really helpful here. and will keep people from being chronically readmitted because they'll have proper care at home, proper instructions, proper medications, etc.
That's it for me. Any questions before I hand it off?
Thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
It was very thorough.
Yeah, as always. You ready to go?
Sure.
Okay. 2 weeks ago, we had a board meeting, and nothing was going on. So I said, well, we'll educate the board a little bit about coronary artery disease, stroke, etc. And that's why I gave you these handouts, which are actually for lay people. Exactly right. You've gone through that. Subsequent to that meeting, a couple of things have come up. So I thought I'd maybe mention those things. Normally I said, well, the flu season is over, and we don't have to be concerned about it. And then a couple of days ago, we got a blurb from CDPHE saying, there's a new virus in town that's starting to kind of come out. We had seen little indications in 2007 and 2008, but last year there were 14 cases. We already have 16 cases this year. It's an H3N2 variant. It's got a special protein that it got from the 2009 influenza. So all the drugs are not, the drugs work, but all the immunizations may not be totally valid for this. It comes from pigs. So basically, if you stay away from the petting farms or the state fairs, etc., you probably should be okay. If you wash your hands frequently when you're around these animals, you're probably okay. Right now, it doesn't seem to go person to person, which is great. But remember, these all start out, birds, pigs, etc. So and nobody's died from it. Okay, so I don't know how virulent it is. It is new, and it doesn't go person to person. To have a pandemic, you need to have a virulent strain, a new strain, and it has to go person to person. So we're kind of aware of it. If somebody comes in and they look like they have flu and it smells like flu, test them for influenza. Now, the problem is a large percentage of the population, when you do the rapid tests, are negative. So you have to send off samples to the CDC, etc. And they're urging you to do that because they're trying to track this to see if it's going to gain traction. So I thought I'd let everybody know about that. I think that's an important thing. Second thing that we were notified about was West Nile. Well, we're back in West Nile season. So we were basically notified that there are lots of mosquitoes now that are carrying the virus, especially in the Midwest and in the Front Range, Weld County, Laramie County, etc. As far as I know, none of the mosquitoes that we have are carrying the virus. I spoke to C.J. Oliver earlier today. We haven't specifically tested, but Mesa County and the counties around us have tested, and they have not come up positive. These little guys are interesting because there have been articles in the newspaper because of the drought. So you have drought, but it doesn't mean you don't have little pools of stagnant water, and these mosquitoes are growing. And these aren't the big mosquitoes that you usually have in a rainy season. These are little guys that sneak up on you when you're not expecting to bite you from behind. So I'm still going to stress the 4 Ds, DEET or some type of anti-mosquito repellent. Dress properly with sleeves. Dawn and dusk is when they're going to bite, so you have to know that. And drain all the standing water. I think that's an important thing. Number 3, it just gets better and better as we go along. Measles advisory, okay? Not everybody in this country is immunized against measles. Most people are. We see these little epidemics break out. In the rest of the world, South Africa, England, etc., they don't have to have immunizations to measles. So now we have the Olympics going on. We have lots of people traveling out. They got to come back, and if they come back and find a population that is not immunized, everybody's going to get sick. Because what happens is, and I've stated this before, to have herd immunity protection for influenza, you need about 60-65% immunity. For measles, you need over 95%. It's that virulent. So we've been alerted to watch for it. Somebody comes back with a rash, they've traveled, etc. Measles still proven otherwise, which is important. 2 other little things. Everybody knows about Steven Stein, the dentist from Denver. If you've gone to him over the last 10 years, you need to be checked for hepatitis C and HIV because he was using needles over and over again. I don't understand why anybody would ever do that, but that's the story. As far as I know, there were 2 cases of hepatitis C that were found. Now, it may not be related, because remember, you're talking about a disease that has its own incidence. But anybody who's gone there and had oral surgery should be checked. And the last thing apropos of the smoking situation, there was a little blurb in the Post about 3 or 4 days ago that said, cigarette smoking is down about 27% in the population in the last decade. Okay? That's total. So less people smoking cigarettes, but 5 times as many people are chewing tobacco, and 3 times as many people are smoking cigars. So the problem is still there, although it's improving. And I can't give you demographics about young, middle-aged, or old, but I have my own suspicions on that. That's about it.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Yes, sit on it.
Thank you. Good morning. I think just for a few minutes. So Carla Osberg resigned May 1st, and I was hired. I started June 25th. I previously worked in Teller County, 8 years as the Director of Environmental Health, and then 1 year as the Assistant Environmental Health Officer. Previous to that, I worked in El Paso County. So we have a new person in the department, and I've jumped in with both feet and learning processes. And Brian has been a big help to getting me up to speed on the administration of the different programs that we have. So we just recently completed our consumer protection contract with the state health department. It's the 2011-2012 contract that ended in June, and that's for the inspection of restaurants, daycares, and schools. Requires us to do 90% of the required inspections in a 1-year period of the schools, restaurants, and daycares. And we just started doing inspections for our 2012-2013 contract that we just renewed here at the beginning of July. So we're just getting going on that. That's a 1-year contract. Previous years it had been a 5-year contract, and so we'll be looking at renewing that again. We'll complete that next June and be looking for another contract in July of 2013. The end of July, right after I started, I had previously planned on attending the National Environmental Health Association's annual education conference. I'm the president-elect for the Colorado Environmental Health Association, and they paid my way. They'll pay my way this year for the NEHA conference, and then next year as well in Washington, D.C. And while I was there, I got to attend several meetings with the other president-elects or presidents of the state environmental health associations, and we had a lot of discussions. A lot of them revolving around codes that are specific to environmental health, but don't necessarily have a national model code. Like the food program, we have the FDA model code that then the state health department develops their food code from. Same with on-site wastewater, but there are several other codes that we don't have a national model, and one of the pieces that came out of that was having NEHA actually look at creating some model codes for the different jurisdictions to then model their codes off of. I also attended a technology meeting looking at the different technologies and new technologies that are out there for assisting in programs, restaurant inspection programs, things like that. We're looking at trying to go paperless with our inspection program, and so we're looking at acquiring tablets and what that actually will entail. So that was something that I wanted to see what was out there. The biggest piece we have right now is the software that we use that comes from the state health department through the contract, and getting that to work with a tablet. So once we get that solved, that's an intent we have to do. So it was a good meeting. Learned a lot. Also attended an oil and gas presentation on emissions. It was a study that was done in Fort Worth, Texas, looking at the emissions and trying to model any type of health impacts that would come from emissions. So the results really looked at individual wells, and one of the things that I really wanted to see done with that, and I hope that they follow up and do, is a cumulative effect. When you look at the Fort Worth area, there are just, I don't remember the exact number, but there are a lot of gas wells and clusters around Fort Worth. And when he modeled that data that he had for health effects, he really was looking at just an individual well. And so one of the things that I asked, and I'm hoping that they intend to go back and look at, is an actual cumulative effect of multiple wells. Because the outcome of the report said that really with the individual well, there's not likely going to be any health effects.
Is that ozone you're talking about?
Actually, it's the various emissions out of gas well, air emissions, methane. There's all sorts of list of chemicals that are associated with that. So.
Do they
Methane's
burn,
a large-
do they burn
It's
them?
like looking at
They
one
do,
glass
but
of
then
wine and saying,
Right.
that's not going to do much.
Right. They do burn the methane, but then there are also storage tanks and pipelines associated with it. And one of the interesting pieces of the presentation is he had an infrared camera that he actually took, and it will show you emissions coming off of these things where otherwise you might not see it with the naked eye. And found that there are emissions to some degree coming off of leaks in storage tanks or pipelines, things like that. So.
We're also looking at fracking,
No, they weren't looking at fracking at all.
Okay.
That was just specific to emissions. So,
so it's ground level.
yeah. In early July, Brian and I attended a smoke school from Colorado State Health Department Air Quality Division. This is really looking at heavy-duty diesel vehicle emissions and the opacity from the emissions. We're not really looking at adopting a program, but we're looking to expand our knowledge. It relates to air quality and understanding, what the requirements are when you look at a heavy-duty diesel vehicle and the regulations for opacity on them. So we both passed. Brian was actually recertifying. This was the first time I had taken the class. It was interesting. They had a little smoke generator that they actually pulled out right back here. And we expected, at the time they were doing this, that the fire danger was high, and I guess they didn't end up having any calls, but we expected, phone calls to local fire department having concerns. But it literally entails they have a smoke generator that they know the opacity of, and they literally give you demonstrations of the various 0% opacity, 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%. And train you on it, and then you stand out there and take a test, and they generate the smoke and ask you what opacity it was. So that was hosted by the city. There were people from both environmental health departments there, as well as from other departments in the city and county. And then the last piece that I had for you guys, I believe Carla has been telling you about the state water quality control is in the process of revamping their on-site wastewater treatment regulations. In May of this year, or actually the end of April, at the Environmental Health Directors meeting, the state was having a discussion with the Environmental Health Directors. What came out of that meeting was that the directors felt that they needed to slow the process down, that there were a few pieces that they were really moving forward on quickly and wanted some more information on it to make sure that they had it correct. So the process has been delayed. It was intended to start the rulemaking process in May. That's now been pushed back to October. I should have a third draft of the new regulations in my email sometime this week. I had previously been involved when I was in Teller County and was assisting in actually reviewing and writing the regulations. I've made contact with Barbara, who's in charge of the whole process with the State Health Department, and will continue to try to assist in getting those regulations read for her. I really was on the review team for her and looking at the pieces of here's what we want to achieve, and then we had writing teams that would do that, and then Barbara and I and one other person actually would meet and actually discuss the regulations literally line by line. Spent several hours in our office when I was in Teller County doing that. So we should have new regs from the state by, at this point, by early next year. And then once those are adopted, what will have to happen for me is I'll have to review our current regulations and see how they jive with the new regulations, and anything that doesn't will then have to change within a year of them adopting those.
Very
Any
good.
questions?
Kurt, let me ask you, Liz mentioned the number one priority was radon. And so does the county inspect its own buildings for radon?
Actually, I don't know. It's not something that I've had to administer required under our program. What we were doing, and correct me if I'm wrong, being new, but I believe we partnered with the city and Eagle County for a radon grant, and we're giving out free kits to homeowners. And then I know under the consumer protection contract, schools are required to have a radon testing done and then a radon mitigation program. But again, I haven't even had a chance to inspect the schools yet, so I don't know. I would assume that they've all been completed, and they're just in the process of doing that. But there's not a requirement under my regulations to follow up with like county buildings, and so I would have to talk with the facilities manager, but I could get back with you and ask him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not so much concerned about the requirements as much as sort of coordinating county activities with community health activities. And we have a number of people who actually work in subgrade spaces, which are really the place where you get exposure to radon, and including the city, because space is at such a premium. So it seems to me an obvious coordination with community health for the county to coordinate with community health to test and to protect our people who work for us. That's all I'm suggesting.
Michael, that may have been done. We'll check with Jody, but if not, it's certainly something we can coordinate.
We did do that.
Oh, we did do
The courthouse has been checked, and we did radon mitigation in the courthouse a number of years ago. City Hall has taken steps as well, so it'd be good to get with Jody to refresh ourselves on how the detail of that, but we did quite a bit of radon testing in the county buildings.
Well, good. But there's nothing like having an update. So should we move on to Tom's report? Tom, you've been given a short shrift here.
Thanks. First, I'm really encouraged that Curtis here, and would certainly endorse him continuing to be engaged in this national exposure that he just was relaying to you, because it's really important for the county. Radon is, in fact, an important issue in Pickett County. It's important in the state of Colorado. It's one of the key things that the Environmental Public Health Tracking Program in Colorado is following. Kind of referencing Dr. Cullen's comment about having rapid testing and then sending results out to CDC for extended testing. I was in a meeting in Atlanta a couple months ago, sponsored by the Association of Public Health Laboratories, and the big debate nationally is whether you encourage diagnoses based on rapid testing. This instant, like a dipstick thing, and you find out it changes color and you have something or you don't have it, versus the more traditional way that the Food and Drug Administration and CDC uses, where they culture the actual organisms out on dishes and petri dishes, and it's a more time-consuming way of doing it, a more traditional way, but there's huge profit to be made in getting away from that. So there was a whole day of debate among the value of cultural diagnoses versus rapid testing. It was fascinating to me, and it's driven literally by cost and by profit on the free enterprise system. I was recently asked to come back as a temporary county employee, so I'm a temporary Superfund's Smuggler Mountain Superfund site manager until Kirk can get his feet back on the ground, or firmly on the ground, regarding smugglers. So I've taken on the responsibilities of managing the Superfund site again for a while. I'm still working with Colorado State University, and the goal that we're working on now regarding the curriculum for students is to give them training beyond what the technical skills are, and that's to design their educational program to include things like the politics of what they're going to be doing, budgeting on what they're going to be doing, community interaction, more non-technical skills about how to interact once they're on the street. Once they walk out of this building, they're representing Pitkin County or whatever county or city they work in, and they have to know much more than just the technical skills in order to complete the tasks and to represent the environmental public health challenges that they are facing. So the curriculum at the university level, at least at CSU, is now changing a little bit to reflect that. I've written a short article for a national publication on climate change and how it affects water quality. I was requested to write that. I forwarded it to the county, I hope to John. This was a few months ago, just to get your approval, that because it's going to be in a trade publication for all the local health departments in the country. I've not seen it yet, but it was accepted. Let's see, I'm trying to hustle through this here a little bit. The mosquito control program, the West Nile thing that Dr. Cohen mentioned, I'm actively involved in mosquito control, integrated pest management encouragement program through the National Association of County and City Health Officials. I was really pleased to be asked to be involved in the CHAPS process with Liz. It was very educational for me to hear how we would prioritize what the public health needs are for Pitkin County. There are many environmental health needs beyond radon, but we had to focus it at some point to start as a starting point and then expand it later. I wrote an article for the Colorado Environmental Health Association, which was the last page of my memo to you, on why we should be advocates for environmental public health, which I still firmly believe in, and I'm very thankful for the county for letting me stay engaged this way. The county health rankings, that was recently out. An article appeared, Pat Bingham wrote an article, which was well written. I read it online and was immediately noticed that under the comments section where you can comment on the online versions of an article, that the article was highly criticized as being non-inclusive, which I agree with completely. And if I were to be helping write it again, I would certainly encourage the limitations of the matrix that was used by the health ranking systems out of the University of Wisconsin. It didn't really consider things like suicide rate and mental health issues and drug abuse. So, but the way I look at it is we should really be celebrating our successes. And just this group that's before you here and our elected officials and the boards of health are so much on top of things here that is encouraging and which makes it, I think, a healthier place to live. And the health fairs, the public communication, open communication, transparency, everything that we do here leads us to be the #1 county in the state of Colorado. That means we really have to work to keep it there and to share our successes with others if in fact they want to hear them. So let me stop there. I abbreviated considerably, but I know, as always, I'll end with, if you have things you want me to represent you with or at the national meetings I'm going to, that would be great. And I would encourage you to talk to me one-on-one. I did have a fun kind of a representation of the county at the 75th anniversary of the Colorado River Water Conservation District Board about 2 or 3 weeks ago. It was fun because I represented you for 4 years on that board, and it was fun seeing everyone again, and it's a great organization.
Tom, do that health status correlate with income also?
Well, it
because
it certainly is, because there are people who we're well educated, we have a well educated constituency, and many of them are successful. And with success comes the ability to seek medical help or to be knowledgeable, to access information. And so I think that does in fact play a role in it. And I have the second part of the matrix here, but it certainly is considered.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me that if you took the wealthiest counties across the nation, you'd come up with the healthiest population.
Yeah, I don't know that, but it's certainly a good hypothesis.
I don't know it either.
Yeah.
But,
Usually, health and income kind of go, they're parallel and move in the same direction. I'm not so sure about income and mental health. Okay, maybe a whole different category because that stresses. No, I'm serious.
No insulation for the rich.
Okay, board, any closing comments, questions? Yes, Jeff.
Yeah, real quick, I would compliment everyone involved without naming individuals. Here we are as a start, including our Nan and team. The evolution of how we deal with healthcare in our county is, since I've been a commissioner, and I thought we did a great job when we got started, but it's really top-notch and evolved to a high level of efficiency. Obviously, the concern is here. We know what our public's done through ballot issues, et cetera. So hats off to everyone involved.
Yes, thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn the Board of
So
Board of
moved.
Health? Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. We'll take a 1-hour break till 1 o'clock, and we'll come back.
Back here, assess Picking County.
Jim?
Welcome back. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session for August 7th, 2012. It's about 1 o'clock, and we're meeting with representatives of CDOT, Colorado Department of Transportation, for an annual update or annual meeting. Welcome, gentlemen. We're happy to have you here.
Well, thanks for having us, Commissioners. Always a pleasure to come up here. I'm David Eller, CDOT Region 3 Director. Commissioner Doug Aiden. And we have some other staff here I'll introduce as we go through, but most of you have probably seen our book before. It's nothing really all that new. We'll try not to spend too much time reading out of it, but it's there for your use, and we'll just try to hit some of the highlights. First part of the book has acronyms in it. This is one of the more popular pieces of the book we have. People like to know what all these acronyms mean. I noticed Mark Rogers even has MAP 21 in there, which is the new federal bill. It's the Moving Ahead for Progress in the 21st Century. It just passed. We'll talk a little bit about that as we go on. But, so he's got that pretty up to date and current of acronyms. In general, general section lays out our region. See, Region 3 is the largest of the CDOT regions, 14 counties, Pickens County being one of those. All of our lane miles were broken into two maintenance sections. We have our Section 6 out of Craig and our Section 2 out of Grand Junction. The Superintendent, Toby Brown, he's not here today, but representing maintenance is Dwayne Gaiman. He's out of Glenwood. He also represents Pickens County up here, so he's here to help us. Our engineering sections, we have two. We have our east and west, really kind of a central, and that's program engineer east is Joe Elson. He's your resident your program engineer for Pitkin County, and his resident engineer, Roland Wagner's here today. He's out of the Glenwood Springs office. Our traffic section represents the whole region. Our traffic engineer, Zane Zamaninacek, and Zane's here as well today to answer questions. And with that, I'll turn the budget and funding discussion, which is always the best part, over to Commissioner.
All right, fun part. I'm Doug Aden. I represent Pitkin County and 10 other western Colorado counties on the Transportation Commission. I live in Grand Junction. I apologize, I forgot my business cards, but if you look at page 44, the very last page, my name and email address is listed there, and my telephone number, if you want to write it down, is 970-245-5942. You can always find me through Dave as well. I'll just talk a little bit about the budget. The budget for the fiscal year that we're currently in, that just started July 1st, is $1,205,000,000, which is about the same as it's been the last couple of years. And you can see on page 9 where that money comes from. Very top line there, roughly a third of it, $400 million, comes from CDOT's share of the state HUTF, Highway Users Trust Fund, which is the motor fuel tax. Under that, you see roughly another $100 million from the so-called faster safety funds, which is the legislation that was passed in the 2009 session of the legislature that increased vehicle registration fees, and that money is split roughly half between safety improvements around the state and half between our bridge enterprise. If you look at the very bottom line, you can see another $93 million of it is dedicated to the bridge enterprise. And then there's about $15 million of that money that's dedicated to a couple of transit programs. So the state funding now makes up about half of CDOT's total budget, and I was saying at these county meetings, at least until recently when the federal law was finally passed, that it was by far the most stable source of funding because there was so much question around the federal program. And I'd say, even though we have a federal program in place now for the balance of this federal fiscal year and 2 more years, which is going to maintain the federal funding at the current levels, I think that there's still a great deal of uncertainty around the future of the federal program, both from a funding standpoint and from a policy standpoint. There just seems to be no consensus, even close, that I can see, even within the parties, let alone the 2 parties together, about how to proceed long-term on a federal program. But we do have something in place now for the balance of this current fiscal year that ends in September, and then 2 more years. I guess a couple other comments that you should be aware of on the bridge enterprise. There was recently a lawsuit filed by a group that's affiliated somehow with the Mountain States Legal Foundation out of Denver, challenging the constitutionality under Tabor of the FASTER legislation. The FASTER legislation created 2 enterprises within CDOT. One is the bridge enterprise, one is the high performance transportation enterprise. The high performance transportation enterprise is a successor to our old tolling enterprise, and it's the one that gives powers to CDOT to do tolling and some other innovative things. The bridge enterprise is the one that we've used to bond and to accelerate the completion of replacing all these structurally deficient bridges around the state. And the lawsuit is challenging the constitutionality under Tabor of that bridge enterprise. So that lawsuit was just filed in the last 60 days or so, and they suspect it'll take a couple years to grind through the process. Trey Rogers, who's a member of the commission now, was Governor Ritter's legal counsel at the time that FASTER was passed. They anticipated a constitutional challenge. Nobody understands why it took 3 years to do it, but I hope we don't have a false sense of security. We think the law will be upheld and we'll continue to do business, but that is hanging out there as sort of a matter of uncertainty. Now, the next couple of pages show, in a little different format than we've used in the past, how we spend the money. And I'd say one of the things that has certainly changed over the years that I've been on the commission is the federal money is coming with more and more strings attached to it. There are more and more parts of the federal program where the state must spend the money in a certain way. When I first came on the commission, we had more flexibility. We're still trying to understand this new MAP 21 legislation. It did combine a lot of programs that were in existence under the old bill, and I think since that bill's only been on the books for about a month now, people are still trying to really sort through it and see what it means. There's some rule making that has to be done by the FHWA, and that always takes some time. So, but I'd say that there's still nothing has changed from a big picture standpoint in our budget, in that almost any place you look, I think it's pretty inadequate based on the needs we have. We've tried to maintain our maintenance levels of service as best we can for our maintenance folks, but we know we're not spending enough money on our surface treatment program, the repaving of the roads. We know we're not replacing our aging equipment the way we should. We have very limited money in our construction budget for the so-called regional priority program projects that you've prioritized over the years through the Intermountain TPR. So there's still a lot of challenges in here. This is a very basic, sort of bare bones budget. A couple of things that the commission is working on that may be of some interest to you is we are trying to accelerate our program, and by that we mean we're trying to get more work out the door faster. CDOT has accumulated a fairly sizable cash balance, and there's a lot of good reasons for that, but what we're trying to do is are there ways that we can operate prudently and within the law, obviously, and not have to maintain quite as big a cash balance. And so it's really not new money. It's money that's already been budgeted. We're just looking, Dave and his counterparts around the state and Don Hunt, our executive director, are looking for ways to get that work out the door faster, maybe advance money that would have been spent in future years into an earlier year. And one of the things that we hope we can do by doing that is do projects in bigger chunks. And instead of doing a 5-mile resurfacing project where we might have done 5 miles this year and 5 miles next year, do all 10 miles at once. And on some of our construction projects that we felt we had to break into smaller pieces because of budget constraints, see if there's ways we can do more of those at once to gain some efficiencies. The other discussion that's getting a lot of attention now is the commission is I think by necessity being forced to look at a discussion around tiering our system, and we're talking about that specifically as it relates to the resurfacing program, and because of the budget constraints, it's just, I think it's been obvious, maybe we haven't admitted it, but it's been obvious for some time that all roads are not created equal in terms of the traffic that they carry, and so it's probably not reasonable to think that roads that carry 300 or 400 cars a day would get the same level of surface treatment as some of the roads the extreme example would be I-25 through the metro area that carries over 200,000 cars a day. So we're looking at ways that we can still maintain the system maintain some geographic equity, but really maybe look a little closer at having to spend the money more on the roads that are really carrying the traffic. Our old surface treatment model sort of tried to bring every road up to some level of service, and so we're really struggling with that and what it means. But when we have maybe a third of the money that we should be spending on resurfacing, we don't feel like we have any choice but to maybe look at that a little differently than we have in the past. So,
Rachel?
Yeah, let me kind of ask a question or make a comment on that, because I know you'll be carrying it back as you continue to look at that, and I realize it involves, really hard choices, and it's not a preferred route. But I had gotten kind of the update from the Club 20 transportation meeting earlier this month, and it seems that there's the concern is that while the formula wouldn't be changed for the west slope, east slope type of thing, the overall amount of money that goes into those TPRs might be reduced. And so, yes, it's going to maintain some equity of the current allocation, but, if the overall money is reduced that goes to each region, it could see some real cutbacks in service. And I guess there needs to be, in my mind at least, some sort of fail-safe that no roads will be allowed to go below a certain level, because, it's just, it may seem that you're only a 400 car a day road, but if you're the car who tries it 5 days a week and you end up with potholes and ditches and car repairs, what's fair with that? And I'm not sure it's not, again, one of those things that shifts us towards, there's really not a problem with funding. Look, they just redid my road, and I'm the one who does, the big trial. The majority of the voters are going to be getting the majority of the dollars that are available spent on their roads, and so they'll see no reason to support a gasoline tax increase should one ever come down the pike. So it's kind of classic government. We do it many times as well, in that you keep putting the Band-Aids on, and then people say, well, I don't see any bleeding, but the bleeding will be in more dispersed areas.
Yeah, there's a lot of, that's a good point. There's lots of issues that come up when you start that discussion. So
yeah, but again, I think they should at least establish a minimum of at what point, how badly are we going to let the lower tiers deteriorate before they bump back up to the top.
Well, and Dave and I were talking about that on the way up too. At some point, if you let them deteriorate too far, then you're really
more expensive.
You're really talking about reconstruction as the alternative, as opposed to some other form of treatment. So there are a lot of issues surrounding that. No question.
Thank you.
The other pages are 12 and 13 are just future revenue projections, but I'll put my standard disclaimer in there. I wouldn't take these to the bank. We're required by law to do a long-range plan. We're just starting the process of updating our long-range plan, which will start a whole new process of projecting long-term revenues and resource allocation, how that money is going to be spent. But at the time these numbers here were put together, they were put together under a much different scenario. These numbers include state general fund revenues that no longer exist. They include different scenarios about federal funding. So we're at the end of this planning cycle, and I never put too much comfort in the fact that we think any of this money is going to actually be there. We're I think more on a year-to-year basis now in terms of trying to really anticipate what our revenues are going to look like. So,
yes, Jeff. Doug, quick question. How long is a planning cycle for CDOT? You just mentioned we're at the end of a planning cycle.
Well, we're going to update now, Mark, through what's the next one?
2040 will be the next
2040.
end of the cycle.
So
instead of, what was it, 35? Yeah.
Yeah.
It was 35.
And, I mean, I'm sure you have the same challenge in your planning. Your crystal ball starts getting pretty fuzzy after a couple years out there. But
I'd be going the other way. Instead of 35, I'd be going to 25. You might be more secure, and of course you won't be anyway. So
I mean, realistically, our focus is really going to be on a 5 or 6 year time horizon to match up with the STIP, so that that's an area where we think we can get reasonably comfortable. But again, we've only got a federal program now, it's out there for 2 more years, so who knows what's going to happen there, and so there's still lots of uncertainty out there. Anybody questions?
Yes, George?
I'm sure Dave will touch on this, but Doug, when you were talking about trying to move money ahead, what I see or assume would be shovel-ready projects. And I know that we've talked about this a little bit with the project we have going out at the Airport Business Center with the pedestrian underpass, and I want to actually thank CDOT and Dave for finding some extra dollars quickly so we could start that utility, moving those utilities around. But it's sort of like a little sleight of the cards you have to do, because if you're kind of guessing that you may want to shift some monies, let's say for this project, which is allocated for 2016, move that up by 3 years, but then you're also having to anticipate that those dollars then will come back for another project when these monies were originally dedicated to. So I think the concept is really good. I think that if and when you have shovel-ready projects ready to go, the designs have been done, you've got matching funds that have gone into the project, rather than wait and perhaps incur larger costs because of inflation or anything else, to utilize that now and get those projects done and finish, and then move on to the next project. So the challenge again is then how do you replace those funds, because you're sort of stealing from Peter to pay Paul.
And I agree. I think one of the challenges that Dave and Joe and the folks run into is sort of the color of money, because we've got some of these projects are funded with resurfacing money that we're talking about advancing. Some of them are being funded with faster safety money. Some of them are being funded with some of what little regional priority money we have. And there's probably more certainty around the surface treatment being able to advance, because we're fairly confident that money will be there in future years, or even the faster safety money. Probably the least predictable source is any projects that has regional priority funding in it, that if we're assuming we're advancing 15 or 16 money today, then the 15 or 16 money may not be there in 15 or 16 for the person who is expecting it. So that's what we have to try to balance when we figure out what projects to advance, because we do get into the sort of the color of money discussion too.
Anything else overall in the budget before I move on to some? There is some piece here on page 14 and 15. It's a very preliminary summary about the new federal bill, MAP 21. As Commissioner Eden said, we're still trying to sort through that in our policy office and Department of Transportation Development. That what really does MAP 21 say? FHWA is still sorting through that, but there's some overall things here about it's a 27-month bill, etc. Some of the different funding programs that they've identified in there. Maybe a little bit of comparison between Safety Lou and MAP 21, which again, don't put too much credence into this as exact, because it's certainly not. It was a very quick summary that was put together out of our policy office about MAP 21. Right now, the big challenge would be for CDOT to try to figure out where it fits with our current fundings. How do the programs disappear? Do the funding categories change? Do we roll them up into one program? All that discussion is going on. The other thing to note is it's a 27-month bill, so we probably ought to start working on a new federal bill soon if we hope to have one in place in 27 months from what I've seen. But it's better than what we were doing. Safety Lou would be extended 6 months and 6 months, and we didn't know if it was going to be extended. So then when it came time to budget, very conservative budgeting, and then you get the money. So, at the TPR meetings, I'd go and say, well, there's not a certainty on the budget. And then 6 months later, we got some money. So, and also that's the value, I guess, of the 2035 or 2040 planning is you're at least looking out in the future. If things change, what's your priorities? Because we've seen so much volatility in the federal bill. But that's there for your purposes. Talks a little bit about, again, our Page 16 talks a little bit about some of our state funding. Commissioner Hayes already kind of hit it. The different programs, the bridge enterprise, and then how HUTF funds. Now, we did take a section here on our FASTER funds, and the reason we kind of highlighted FASTER funding is, Commissioner Hayes said, we have our FASTER funds, you have your RPP, we have our surface treatment. It seems like the FASTER funding has been some of our more stable. We've been able to get some more significant projects that we've been able to work with the TPRs and prioritize and actually deliver. So that's the one we highlighted. What we've done in our regions, we've coupled a little bit of RPP with FASTER in a lot of cases. We haven't identified all the RPP in this book, but we did identify the FASTER. Looking at page 18, that's your bridge enterprise. These are the bridges within Region 3 that are part of the original 128 bridges that were on the BE list. Now understand there's new bridges coming online. There's bridges that may come onto this list by next year, but these are the bridges we've been working on. Highway 24, UPRR, up by Lake County. We've actually completed that. It was a good project, one of the first ones done. US 6 at Eagle, another one that's completed. A good project. We have one up at Elk Fork. The big one in your neighborhood is the State Highway 82 Grand Avenue Bridge. You may have heard something about that one, I bet. But that one, Joe's working with Roland, and they're in an EA process, and I'll let Joe kind of highlight that one. There's a couple more on I-70 that are coming online. We're trying to get the design, whether it's rehab or replacement. Dots Arrow Bridge, another one that Joe can highlight when he get the minute. That's going to go out, and then we had Highway 50 that's about to complete. So that's the bridge enterprise for our region. And if you go to page 19, you can see, all right, what's the FASTER safety projects for our area? Well, the first one on there is an intersection improvement. Our traffic group did a call for projects. Basically, they went through and tried to prioritize the highest need intersections using true accident data. Some of these have partnerships. You can see State Highway 82 GW Drives up there. That's a project that's going out. Have another project. It's not in Pitkin County, but it's in your TPR, State Highway 133 Carbondale, that Roland's working on advertising. Again, these guys might have some more details when I turn it over to them. But just going down through here real quick, you can see page 20 talks about FY14. You can see some in Garfield County, Eagle County, different projects that are out of your TPR. Get over to all the way to page 22, I think. Where is your, well, maybe I went too far. Where's our ped pass?
It's the middle of page 22.
Yeah, okay. Commissioner Newman talked about the pedestrian underpass that you were all working so diligently on, and you can see it had $500,000 of FASTER out in 16. It also had some RPP money identified for 16 and 17. And Commissioner Newman's been asking, is there a way to get some money going to advance that project so that it can be ready to go sooner and coincide with what the BRT is doing. So Joe had a project, or Roland I should say, had a project up on 133, had some FASTER money in it for Rockfall. We had bid savings. That opened last month, so it just so happened we had $300,000 of FASTER that we were able to advance $300,000 worth of money. That might be a little different than what Commissioner Aiden's talking, because that was actually bid savings came back for a pool. We were able to advance it. Where the next question might be, okay, we get ready to construct it, can we advance construction money? And I think that's stuff that we'll be looking for the commission to give us guidance on what kinds of money and how much money and how far out. So will we be able to advance construction money? I don't think we can answer that today, but I think that's some of the policy discussion that's going on.
Michael?
Yes, sir.
And a question, it's my understanding the policy of the Transportation Commission is not to enter in agreements anymore, such as we did with the roundabout, where we locally advanced the money for the construction and then had a repayment guarantee and were repaid by CDOT later. They just don't do that anymore.
Well, I don't know that we've made a policy statement, although I don't know. I can't remember having done it either for a long time.
Since then.
Maybe since then. And I think part of that, Rachel, is driven by this uncertainty in the future, and that I think you would be concerned about as well, and that is, I'm a retired banker. Well, if we borrow the money today, are we going to be able to repay it 3 or 4 years down the road? And so I guess that door's always open for discussion, but we'd have to be very confident that whatever we were looking at for the future funding source to repay the local would be
Available.
it'd certainly be available when we need it. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Again, faster transit, page 24. As Commissioner talked about, there's about $15 million of faster money goes to transit. We have local projects and state projects. There are a call for faster transit projects right now. You've probably seen some of that you can put in your grant applications for the transit funds, and they're handling it. Mark can help me if I misspeak here, but all the applications go in and they'll look at the priority for state-funded faster transit, and then once they set those priorities, we'll look at the remainder of those for local funded transit. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yeah, they'll go to Denver and then come float, then they'll send it down to us.
So your deadline for those transit funds, that grant application is September 28th. And you can see that Region 3 gets about $600,000 in funding for local transit. Okay, and if you look down on the bottom of page 25, you can see that Intermountain TPR received 169,000 local money, 108 and 12, and then 462 and 13, and then we have a total allocation that kind of shows where the transit funds went by TPR, and certainly Intermountain TPR did well. They received over a 3-year period $740,000 of transit funding. Okay, now I'm going to step back and I'll let Zane come up and talk about traffic in the traffic section. But you have to run the remote, Zane, so.
Oh, I do?
Good luck.
I'll give it a shot. I guess the arrow in there. Okay. So if you look in your book,
Zane, what's your full name and your
Zane Zanominacek, and I'm the region traffic engineer.
thank you.
So if you look in your book, this first page basically is just a list of contacts. The traffic unit has a lot of different areas. We deal with all kinds of different permitting, utility permits, access permits, as well as traffic signals, highway lighting, basically anything that could be described as a traffic control device is also part of our unit. So this kind of breaks up that organization a little bit and has some contacts there. On to the next page, we just have some traffic frequently asked questions on things that we're commonly asked about. We've laid some of those things out there and provided some websites or some sort of resource to go to find some answers. Obviously, you can always call my office and get answers as well. Something not in the book, because it was a little bit of an afterthought, but I thought you guys might be interested in also knowing about is a publication that CDOT puts out every year. It's called Problem Identification. And it's not quite as all-encompassing as the title may sound, but with respect to safety performance on the highways in the state, this is kind of a summary of statistics, and it's actually broken down by region, also by county. So this is something that is a good way just to kind of look at and see how Pickton County stacks up to everybody else. And I thought I might share just a couple quick things I noticed. With respect to traffic fatalities and injury accidents, Pickton County has pretty much been stable over the last couple of years, which is really the trend that we've seen statewide as well. It hasn't been going down as much as it did 5-6 years ago, but it's right about an even kind of level. So that's good that it's not getting worse. A couple other things I just happened to notice on Picken County is that accidents involving DUIs is actually about half the statewide rate in this county. So I don't know what you do different, but
taxi.
But that's a good thing.
Helps.
Yeah. Well, it probably plays a big part of this. In a resort community, I think that's particularly impressive that it's this low. So that was something I noticed. Unfortunately, seatbelt usage is not quite as good as other places, but anyway, nevertheless, this is something that's out there.
Zane, can you tell us quickly, if you have it handy, I know you isolated Picken County, but when you look at State Highway 82 and the corridor, even though it goes through Eagle and Garfield County, do you have any numbers in terms of seeing how those accidents level is? Are they up? Are they down? I mean, you said Picken County is about level, but when you look at the entire corridor going through Eagle or Garfield,
I would have to take that back and run some specific reports on Highway 82. I do know that in general, not only Picken County, but pretty much our whole region has been kind of on that even kill, just like the rest of the state. So the specific areas I've looked at recently on 82, I've looked at a few different intersections, 82 and 133, and some of the more major spots, and those locations have also remained pretty steady the last couple of years. So I suspect it's performing about like the rest of the county.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Another thought that I had was when you looked at those studies, maybe it's just anecdotal, but going in the wintertime, as you're heading down valley, just going into the canyon, you know where people hit that first dark section, that first curve. I've seen consecutive days in the same spot, accidents occurring as cars are going into the canyon to hit that black ice.
In the Snowmass Canyon? There?
Yes.
Well, and this was the first year that we've had that new sign up, the new ice detection device. So hopefully that'll help a little bit. But yeah, I know that's probably one of the hotter spots along this 82 corridor for sure.
Jack, I was wondering about traffic volume. In my mind, I kind of look at down valley, the Garfield section, mid valley, and then upper valley. How about traffic counts? Are they for your awareness, have they also remained steady, or
they were really growing strong about 4 or 5 years ago, and then they started to dip off about 3-4 years ago with the recession. What we've seen in about the last 2 years is kind of a leveling off, and maybe even a little bit of an increase in the last year. So if you were to call traffic volumes any kind of economic indicator, I'd say that it's probably staying the same, or maybe even going up just a little bit.
Yeah, it's all consistent, because
Yeah.
our
It all goes
economic
together.
health has only gone up a little bit too. So. Yeah, thank you.
But all those kinds of questions, if you ever have a need for that kind of data, it's available. Just a couple more things I wanted to point out with regards to projects that we've done in the last year. We've wrapped up a pretty major fiber optic conduit project out here on Main Street and also out towards the ABC signal, and we spent about $800,000 on that project, just to put the conduit in the ground and put fiber in there to connect those signals. So that was a pretty challenging project, and I'm glad we got it done. Next thing that we're doing is we're in the initial design phases of rebuilding the main and middle traffic signal out here as well. So that's another project we have coming up and hope to construct in the next year or so. So we'll be looking for input from the community on that as well. So that's a couple things we have completed and have coming up. One other major accomplishment I wanted to point out was the access control plan on Highway 82. I really want to thank your guys' staff, specifically Brian Pettit and G.R. Fielding, for their involvement and their sort of taking that project by the horns and helping us get that done. That was a major accomplishment as well, so thanks to them. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Zane. All right, I'm Joe Elson. I'm the program engineer. I know most of you, Commissioner Idner, I think it's your first time. I wanted to follow up on the earlier question about the Mid-Valley State Highway 82 safety and accidents before we launch into the engineering projects. This is Dwayne Gaiman, he's our maintenance supervisor. I think with our, we've done several game fence projects through there, and we have seen quite a drop in those kind of animal vehicle collisions. So I think you probably know best, you're the one tasked with having to remove the dead animals. Is that what you're seeing too?
Yeah, it's cut back quite a bit.
So that's just, that's another piece of data for the safety of that section of our highway. So if we go to 2012 engineering projects, here's the Intermountain TPR. I won't go through every single one of them, just probably the ones that seem to be of local interest. The second one down is a State Highway 82 wildlife fencing project. It's going to be combined with some surface treatment and JW Drive improvements. So it's got several different types of funding there, but basically down in that the lower valley part, it'll be a good project. State Highway 82, the Aspen Airport Business Center ped crossing that we talked about earlier. We've got the $300,000 budgeted towards it, and are moving forward on a task order to get the utilities cleared. And I don't know if you have any word on your livability grant. I know that's something we're all keeping our fingers crossed on. But and we do understand your goal of wanting to have that project complete when the RAFTA BRT project completes next calendar year, so well aware of that. There's, on the next page, Intermountain TPR construction projects. Again, Dave covered some of these Eagle County projects. This one's probably of note, the US 24 emergency void repair. I don't know if that made the news around here. That's quite an interesting little challenge for us to go from one day. I was getting on a plane in Wisconsin and I heard about it, and maintenance thought, there's this hole developing, and next thing you know, we've got the road closed, and you can see 80 feet down into it, the old abandoned rail tunnel up there in Tennessee Pass. So that should be complete tomorrow, if all goes well. Let's see. Other projects, again, some more bridge replacements up in Leadville. The rec path over Vale Pass will be, I don't know if anyone gets cycling over in that area, but that'll be a complete paving project over there. And then the other region, East Vale Pass, will be doing something similar. Glenwood residency, that's Roland Wagner's residency. You probably all have driven through the State Highway 82, the Carbazdale East project. It's out there. That should get wrapped up next month. I don't know if we have a specific date or anything.
Late September.
Late September. It's going pretty well so far. Completed project, the I-70 Glenwood Canyon Concrete Phase 3. That had an interesting issue. We added that bike path repair through Glenwood Canyon. Ended up being a little over $1 million to fix the bike path. We spent about as much money as we'd spend on one of those the big rockfall problems that we've had. Of course, you couldn't see a lot of the things that were damaged because of the high water. I know you could see only a portion of it. I-70 West Parachute Interchange is a project that's going along nicely. A couple in Pitkin County, up on McClure Pass, the culvert repairs. That should be wrapped up in November this year. And then the McClure Pass rockfall that we talked about a little bit earlier. We had some really good bid savings on that, so that'll get going pretty soon. And that's really it for my sections.
Any questions on engineering?
Can I ask you something, Joe? It's sort of as an aside, but since you're in charge of this area, have you guys taken a ride up Independence Pass recently? As you know, we've got the Pro Cycle Race coming through town in a couple of weeks, and last year you guys did a great job in terms of going up there and doing some patchwork, and the last time I was up there, there were a few little sketchy areas that coming down the pass. So have you visited up there, or are you going to? Do you have any plans to double check that before that bike race takes place?
Yeah, crew's working up there all week this week, and they're repairing some rail. We had all the rail repaired, and somebody took out a bunch of it, and patching potholes, doing another sweep, and so we'd be working all the way into next Monday on that, and getting ready for it, putting up some signs that I believe this week to start letting people know about it and different things of that nature. So we are working there as we speak. Got a crew, set crew up there.
Great, thanks.
Sure.
Yes, Rachel.
Follow up along the same lines. That is just everyone's summer route in and out of town when they have meetings over on the other side of the hill. But going towards the Leadville side, that steep decline, it always seems like it's sloughing off more and more, and I just am kind of worried that, eventually we're going to see that pass close. I don't know if there's anything long-term for bank stabilization or what, but we're fortunate we've had the Independence Pass Foundation really working on erosion control on our side for a decade or more now, probably 2 decades. But it just seems that there's a couple places where people just drive right in the center of the road, because if you get anywhere near that edge, it's ready to go. And I don't know whether torrential rains would take it out or what, but I don't know, are there long-range plans for stabilizing that side of Independence Pass?
I can tell you one of my notes to follow up from last year. I wrote some things down. Mark Rogers, our planner, did talk with Lake County about the concept of what's happened on this side of the pass, the Independence Pass Foundation, and they were pretty reluctant. They didn't have staff to commit to it. They didn't have any funding for match to commit to it. So Mark wasn't able to get any kind of real commitment out of Lake County for that work. But we did bring it up. It's been discussed, and we keep asking if there's any interest. But I think their concern is they just don't have any kind of ability to participate.
Well, and I realize how constrained Lake County is, but looking at it as a state highway, and State Highway 82, I would just point that out as a growing problem area. And you've just talked about the hole opening up on 24. I'd hate to see, half of a mountain opening up on that side. And I think there's got to be some preventative measures, whether it's better drainage or finding some ways to stabilize that road. So
I know exactly where you mean. There's a couple of sections.
And they're just starting to subside, as well as the asphalt breaking off as well.
Right. And that's something I need to talk to Dwayne about. And, there might be some techniques about
take a look at it. I know what it would be very damaging to Leadville's economy, as potentially ours as well, if that road was ever closed, and penny spent is a dollar saved.
Yeah, right. That could be the case there.
Thank you.
Jack, did you have your hand up?
Well, I was going to mention something along the same lines, that we certainly can empathize with Lake County's situation, but this is greater than a county. This is a state issue. That highway is not for just economic reasons. I mean, everyone knows there's multiple reasons why it's important to all of us, and there ought to be kind of a short-range plan to address this. It's really important. Rachel brought that up. We all travel on that, so it doesn't take much, because, Joe, you already mentioned, exactly the 2 spots, I think. So we would all appreciate that, just moving forward with a plan.
Speaking of Independence Pass, there's been a problem with semis trying to go over Independence Pass.
I've seen 2.
And there's a lot of public feedback of, why are semis trying to do that? So I don't know how to tackle that problem. It's hard to cure idiocy, but I think that's something we have, that CDOT should think about in terms of using those notice boards and telling people that, that it's a limited pass. I mean, it's probably one of the most limited passes in the United States, I think. And that semis just aren't. They're just not compatible with the pass.
That came to our attention earlier this year, and I think we were working with your sheriff's department, and they had a lot of concerns, because it sounds like they get to deal with the mess more than anybody else. But we've installed several new signs up there this year, and we've also worked with the GPS map providers, that the trucks use, and clarified that it shows up as restricted. The problem is, the truck drivers are saying that their owners, their employers, don't care about paying a $200 fine if they get caught up there. It's not economically feasible for them to drive all the way around when all they got to do is risk a couple $100 fine. So I think it's an issue that goes way beyond signs or something like that, and I'm not sure how to tackle that.
George?
So who levies those fines? Is that the state?
It's the state, and it also could be you guys.
Public safety.
So if that $200 went to $2,000, I mean, who would have the ability to
State
enact that?
legislature.
State statute.
That's
The
something we
CDOT has
should-
no authority to levy
Okay,
fines.
well, that's something we should look at then. And so make it a disincentive.
As state legislature-wise, we should maybe try to bring that up as at least get a little feedback at CCI.
We should get some feedback. It's past the deadline for new legislative issues, but that doesn't mean we couldn't talk with Gail Schwartz or Roger Wilson about introducing something and then having them support it after it's through,
Maybe Thursday at Mountain District.
Bring it up, for sure.
I mean, this whole topic in terms of on Independence Pass and Highway 82, in terms of an access, of course, you know that just a year or two ago, Independence Pass Highway 82 is recognized nationally on this as a scenic byway highway, and so there's expectations when that happens for the general public who want to visit these scenic byways, and safety certainly is one of them, as Rachel's pointed out. So somehow we need to look at this issue. And I don't know if there's actually, I know there are funds actually through scenic byways, but does that come out of
Grant applications, but it's a good point, Commissioner. I don't want, maybe it's something, it's a different program, it's not managed, but we could certainly discuss it.
And that was one of the people, I did talk to them about putting forward a grant, and those do come from either like Independence Pass Foundation on the Pitkin County side or on Lake County side, and I will continue to work with them and seeing if we can get either some sort of a plan or some more focus to Independence Pass.
But those grants, Commissioner, do have that 20% match, and I think that's where Lake County's been really hesitant to. And we don't, as a CDOT, we don't apply for scenic byways grants. It's local grant applications, but we certainly continue to keep bringing those ideas forward and try and get some support.
Yeah, I mean, this may be just as a side, a topic when we meet with Lake County Commissioners, and maybe there's a way that we split that, because this is an economic driver for our community as well, certainly for the few months that the pass is open.
Yeah, I think, what it calls for is a committee of both Lake County and Pitkin County to get together and designate it as a special interest area and not worry that there's a county line separating the two halves, and that it's really one pass, one community, and that's what we should be doing. Yes, Rachel?
I agree with that. Now, would there be any potential for CDOT to provide the local match as a state match, that if they were able to pursue a grant or some percentage of that 20%? Because again, it is a state highway, and so that might be a way for you to pull more money into your program.
Yeah, we'd have to, like Commissioner said, maybe it's a safety type money that we could look at trying to put some safety monies. Again, those monies for faster safety have kind of been going through that planning process, and it hasn't come up through that. Certainly could get on the table, and then maybe I could even talk with Ty Ortiz in our rockfall program and see if any of that stuff kind of fits a rockfall.
Hey, yeah, I just keep trying to find the right circle for that peg.
And it's a tough one because we don't really have a dedicated funding source to that in our budget, if you will. But I think we can certainly try to find something.
Thank you.
Okay, well, Independence Pass is very exciting. Yes, Jack?
Joe, I'm wondering about the Jerboasdale East paving, 2-inch overlay. It looks like there's been stages of work being done. When will actually the paving begin? There's about 8.5 miles there in 2-mile section and 6.5.
Yeah, there's a couple of different areas, and Roland would probably know it more specifically than...
Yeah, there's 2 sections. The first section is done, and that's down valley in the...
That's the one you just finished then?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then the second section is basically Snowmass Canyon up to ABC. That'll start in about a week and a half. The contractor is doing some paving work for the county right now, so they're working county
Right.
job, and then they come back to ours. And so
We appreciate that work so we can piggyback on the contract, so.
Right.
Right on.
And there's, those bridges that we built in Snowmass Canyon, some of the approaches to the joints are kind of rutted out, so that's definitely in the scope of that project is to try to fix those. So.
Great.
Anything further?
All right, well, I'm Dwayne Gahn. I'm the maintenance foreman out of Glenwood Springs for this area. I have parts of 4 counties, all of Pickens County. And basically, you can see here what we've done on page 38. I'm not going to read through this, but you can, if you just notice the back part of that first bullet there, it says most of our patches, they address safety-sensitive areas where the road surface could cause potential accidents, and on roads such as Highway 133 and Highway 82, Independence Pass, where, as Commissioner Aiden said, that there's money may be shifting around. Well, maintenance money isn't so much that way. We just try to hold together what can't get a project, and our money has stayed the same for the most part, not growing with inflation, but so we're always trying to pick the worst spots and keep them in good repair. That being said, we'll put it whatever the ADT is, we'll try to hold it together. So, then going forward from that, we just the snow removal. The next paragraph talked about the snow removal. We had definitely 2 really big differences in our last couple of winters. And we talked last commissioner meeting about that how it was so hard to get it open the previous spring, but this year there was no problem at all. So it gave us more time to do some maintenance work out there and do different things. We spent quite a bit of time on the pass earlier this spring, continuing with to that bottom bullet talks about all the different guardrail that we repaired and different paving and stuff. And we did quite a bit of that up on Independence Pass, trying to hold this road together. We usually go on a 5-year rotation. We'll start at the top and work our way down to the bottom with the chip seal. Again, just to try to hold the surface of the road together. It takes us about 5 years to get from the top down to town, and then we'll start back up and work our way down again, and just continues to grow that way. So really, you can see the money we spend here for what we do, and I kind of just open it up to your questions. It'd be probably easier than trying to go through this graph or anything like that.
Any questions? You mentioned the paving from Snowmass Canyon up to the ABC, and so we have the Maroon Creek Bridge, which is not really that's not going to be paved, right? I mean, that is going. Are we going to replace the covering on that bridge at this time? Because it's well worn out, essentially, over on the traffic side, not on the bus side.
Right, that's a thin layer that's on top. It's been talked about some. I'm not sure exactly what stage that's in. We'd have to get back with you.
Yeah, it's one that I was going to follow up to. It was a question you asked last year, and our materials engineer went out and looked at it and talked with Superintendent Toby Brown yesterday a little bit. I think they're pretty sure that it's a wear issue as much as it is like losing chips. The chips are still there; they're just worn between chains and sort of snow tires. It's a little odd for us because we've done these bonded concrete wearing surfaces in different locations and haven't quite seen the wear as fast as we did on this one. But in talking to those guys, we can do that process again. You basically go in, you shot blast it, take it off, and do it again. And that's probably the strategy for it. There's, on that project, Joe has some history, there's about 6 inches of concrete over the deck that we're not as concerned about, well, you know, the moisture getting into the bridge because of that 6 inches of concrete. So it becomes more of an issue of we've got to monitor to make sure we don't get slick spots, we don't get any kind of icing issues. But we don't plan on doing anything this year, but watching it through the winter, if it starts to become a problem where we're having safety issues, we're going to come back in and probably blast that off and do another treatment. The only other option is to put asphalt on it, which is not necessarily a preferred option either, because then it ruts out and you have to take it all off. So I think that's the strategy for now. I don't know if that's as good an answer as you'd like to hear, but I think we're going to watch it for the next winter and see, make sure we don't see any big issues with it. We don't think there's an issue about the seal coat itself, because the seal's still there. It's just the aggregates seem to be worn out.
Yeah, and I'm not concerned about the appearance of it, what it looks like. I'm just concerned that it's a new bridge, and we take great pride in it, and it'd be a shame to let the maintenance or the observation of what the problems are there slide, given that it's a brand new bridge or relatively brand new bridge. So that's all I'm concerned about, and I trust your judgment, your engineer's judgment. That's fine, just as long as we're looking at it. Yes, Rachel.
Yeah, I think this question would be a little more for Doug in our closing moments of this, but I'd like to thank you for the, I don't know if others have questions, but thank you for the maintenance work. I know you guys are really doing a lot with a little. But on the broader picture of increased statewide funding for transportation needs, I've been a participant in the to-be-determined processes and things like that, but what is the sentiment or what's out there about really getting the appropriate state funding? I know CCI passed a resolution in support of putting a gasoline tax question on the ballot. I think Club 20 is doing the same, and I know they're not palatable to anyone to talk about new taxes, but at the same time, we can see our gasoline prices go up and down $1 in a year, and we have no control over that whatsoever, but we end up with no more money for you guys.
Right. Well, I think, several of us participated to some degree in the TBD Colorado, and this is just my own personal opinion. Sure. that our elected leaders, starting in the governor's office and the leadership in both parties in the state legislature, are going to have to embrace this issue, I think, to really move it forward and say, it's time to quit talking about it and do something. And whether something will come out of this TBD. I mean, the transportation, if you went to any of those meetings, you did the little electronic polling, transportation generally polled very well in terms of an issue that the public thought needed to be addressed. There was certainly some regional differences about what the priorities should be, but so I think it'll be interesting to see what comes out of the next few months as the TBD process wraps up and some political decisions are made about are our elected leaders willing to take this issue on.
Because I know that the concept of tolling more roads is out there, as opposed to doing a gasoline tax, and I really think it'd be valuable to create some sort of context for that so that people may realize that, boy, I'm going to pay 2 to 3 times as much if I pay a toll every time I use some of these roads as just paying at the pump another 15 cents a gallon or something. Right. And I don't know if CDOT has any role in trying to give people context or background information about what tolling could cost.
And we can certainly do that, and we've just broken ground on the big project on US 36, which we're going to put tolls back on US 36, which of course was originally built as a toll road years ago. I think one of the things that is becoming increasingly clear as you look at this question of should we have some kind of a ballot question is the urban versus rural, because if you start looking at the needs for congestion relief in the Denver metro area, you start running into many billions of dollars very quickly. And then I think people just get scared away and say, I don't see the voters approving a multi-billion-dollar deal just to address congestion in the metro area. So I think what you may see some discussion about is a statewide deal that would at least address the maintenance and preservation of the existing system that we have, and these big capacity improvement projects in the metro area. You may look at tolling. We have that authority through our high-performance transportation enterprise. You may see some RTAs in the metro area where people look at saying, we're going to solve this C-470. The people out on that end of town have seen the success that the US 36 coalition had by working together, sort of putting aside their differences that they've had up there over the years, but working together. And so there's a very active group looking at what to do about C-470 as an example. Do they want to put tolls on it? Do they want to tax themselves in some sort of a special taxing district to address that? So I can see both sides of it. I think it would be a shame to balkanize the state. I think it is a state system, and I still think we need a good level of state funding to maintain and preserve what we have and make improvements throughout the state. But it appears to me, at least, that there may be more momentum in the metro area toward these heavily congested corridors having to sort of figure out their own solution, whether that's North I-25 or C-470 or from the Mousetrap out to the airport. And of course, the I-70 Mountain Corridor is another classic example. And so we're looking at all those.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, we're over our time limit, and we deeply appreciate you coming, all of you coming. It's always impressive to see CDOT in force here in Pickens County.
Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, let us know. Appreciate it.
Jack, this may be the last time I see you in your official capacity before they run you out of town.
So free to visit.
Yeah, very good. So are you term limited after 3 terms?
Yeah, that's the most we can have if you're, of course, elected.
Yeah. So you served 12 years then?
Yeah. We brought a ballot question to the voters. 3 are unlimited, and we and I voted for 3. I believe in term limited, no matter how.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you for your service. It's a thankless job you guys have.
No less so than yours. No more so than yours.
I wish we could tie additional funding for state transportation to the fact that gasoline prices are always like this.
Yeah.
And we ought to have a baseline. Every time it goes up, there's an additional penny that goes to state funding. If it goes down, then you don't get any.
I was reading the current article in Fortune magazine.
Doug, I'm sorry, but we
all right.
Meetings after this.
No.
Do we have more work to do?
Yeah. Thanks, Bud.
So, we're at our memos of interest section. It looks like the first memo of interest is from Brian Pettit as a Public Works update. Brian, what's new with Public Works?
Thanks. Good question. I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director, and twice a year we come to you with updates about the section and give the board an idea, taste of operations and things we may or may not know about. So I just wonder if there's any questions about the update. I do have one update that's not included in here in the written form just because it was so new. Just a follow-up from about 2 months ago when Chris Hoofnagel met with the board about some restructuring opportunities that he wanted to, investigate at the landfill to cover the gate a little better. We have resolved that issue, and based on the board's feedback about, I think there was some resistance about increasing the budget for additional staffing. We moved some of the burden from the gate staff to our recycle crew, which opened up a little more capacity within the office. So hopefully we've solved this issue without a budget increase and just shifting the burden of the landfill around a little bit. So I wanted to follow up.
And is the public being served? I mean, are the lines being eliminated?
Absolutely. That it was a matter of who was having to cover the gate and then not do their other job. So we are servicing the public just like we always have. And in the late afternoon, lines do back up just because people are trying to get to the landfill before the gate closes at 4:30. So but we have the gate covered for its full extent required.
Good. So also, let me ask you, on the rehab of the materials building, whatever it is, they've sliced away the portions of the covering where the structural posts are. And it occurs to me, well, hell, just take the whole thing apart. Well, I mean, because it's now a series of slices for the length of the building on all sides. So.
Yeah, we're working on the overhead doors, and that maybe is what you're seeing, but the skin had to be pulled off in order to put basically a structural fascia on the I-beams that are going vertically, and so that's what you're seeing going on right now. It's a recycled building, and we're doing the best with what we have. I think a new building would have cost more than the work that we're doing.
No, what I'm talking about is instead of slicing off covering over those posts, just pull off all the covering and put new covering on it. Because what are you going to do over those? Are you going to put on recycled covering over the recycled building of the recycled center?
Some of the areas have more skylights that are going to let light into the building. Good. Lighting was an issue there for staff working inside, and so rather than replace some of the metal with metal, we're going to replace it with some poly material that's going to let light in. I don't know if that's the areas you're referring to.
It probably is. That makes sense. Rachel?
Thanks for the report, Brian. It really, a lot of things are going really well and are moving forward. The one item that I kind of picked up on was the elimination of the plastic bag recycling. And, I'm pretty good about bringing my bags to City Market or buying a paper one when I need to, but it seems, at least myself, there's so much other plastic waste that I'm just regularly recycling in that plastic bag containers, whether it's a bread wrapper, or paper towel wrapper, off the recycled paper towels, and things like this. And it just seems that it's going to be a real loss for our community. And so I was kind of wondering, what was the real savings? I got the memo in terms of it takes so long to even get a truckload, and the stuff starts to deteriorate in such a way that it's not marketable. But in terms of perhaps keeping it out of our landfill or the overall recycling ethic in the community, what is the loss leader on continuing to recycle plastic bags?
It's really the delay in having to store that amount of material for it to make economic sense for shipping. And so, from the standpoint of filling up the landfill, that those films aren't going to take a lot of landfill life in space. They're going to fill up voids that would be there anyway. And so it's a matter of having a redundant service for that the city markets provide for people to recycle their bags. But if the board feels like this is a program that we want to continue, and we can do that. It's a matter of what we think from a priority standpoint on what's making economic sense for us right now and where we want to focus our energies.
Yeah, and again, I can understand that coming to a decision like that, but I guess I would just like more of the background information on it to be able to make that decision. And, it struck me, how uneconomical is it if we send out, a quarter trailer load or a smaller amount periodically. But when I drop my magazines at the recycling center here in town, the plastic bag bins always seem very full. And so it's more that I think a lot of people are participating in it. And I'm not sure if City Market would be prepared to take over that kind of volume starting to come to their stores. And whether our own City Market might discontinue that given the fact that they're no longer handing out plastic bags. That might be an eventual move on their part. So I would just really kind of like to know more of the numbers behind that and to formalize that decision.
Okay, we can bring an MOI about the films program to the board, and we can talk about it then.
Yeah, I may be the only one interested, but.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. The plastic bags and the films program that we're talking about here, I think are so minimal compared to how much plastic is in the landfill. I mean, when I think of it, plastic everywhere, in every other store maybe but City Market, you know, et cetera. Do we have any idea really what the volume of plastic that we, it's a ridiculous maybe question, I just realized as I'm asking. No way we could track this. But is there any national statistics or anything about how much volume of plastic? Yeah, even on my own little personal life, I use plastic for the home kitchen. Well, I go to the dumpster and dump it out, so at least that stuff deteriorates faster than the 100 years it takes for the plastic bag. But still, my bag is still in there, and we don't have any other alternatives for what I'm talking about. Groceries are one thing, but the trash is another. Any idea?
You know, I don't without doing the research.
And I don't know how significant it is to the board anyway, but that's I mean, long term, you know, it takes forever for this stuff to deteriorate, if it ever does in our lifetimes. I'm sure it doesn't. So. And I don't know, therefore, is there really, what are we accomplishing by having a truckload a year or something, or whatever, you know, if we could even do better? Mm-hmm. I don't know, and that's a question I guess Rachel's trying to ask in a different way.
You can bring that back to the board with more information.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Brian. Any other questions for Brian?
Michael?
Yes, Jack.
Yeah, you mentioned about the county road maintenance, road department, and the update about sanding technique, education. And I know I had brought this up to the board and asked John a question about the surface of Owl Creek, how it really wore very similar to what has occurred on Maroon Creek Bridge that Michael's referring to when you think of the path, you know, the tire path, whatever. John brought back saying, well, that's largely due, I think largely or all due to snow plowing. Is there anything, because I assure I'm not educated on this piece, is there anything to technique about snow plowing? Because I've gone down that road since, of course, you know, in '03, I think we finally paved it, got everything done, and I've never seen the wear on that road like it was last winter, you know, from the last paving, which would have been, you know, about a year ago. Is there technique? Is there anything that you could kind of school the guys up on, update them?
Absolutely. You know, there's a few things. One is if you have a grader going up there and they can put down pressure on their blade, we want to make sure that there's no down pressure, that the grader's put on a mode called float, where the blade feels the road. The other is to make sure we're not plowing when there's just a very, very little bit of snow, or we're just putting sand down at that time. So, you know, plow drivers want to plow snow, and sometimes it's hard to keep the plow off the ground when it's just a little bit of snow, but we need to make sure that we're trained in that regard. A little bit of the problem with Owl Creek is there's some wheel rutting going on, so the force of the plow is being taken in a small area of the road, and that's what you're seeing, that chip being pulled off. And so the seal is doing its job, just like David Eller said about the bridge, but the chip is gone. So it looks poor, but the emulsion, the asphalt that was placed, is still there. That's why you see it.
And I'm not worried about looks. It's just, to me, that begins to, in my mind, say, well, we've got a wear pattern and the rut, you know. And we know it's about one of the top 3 busy roads or something in the county.
That's right.
3 or 4, for sure.
Yeah, I think the benefit from the emulsion being placed on the road is still there. I know that's the case. The wearing surface is just being depleted, primarily from snow plowing.
Yeah. Well, so it might be something just to have a little heads up before the winter.
We do, yeah.
Thank you.
Anything further, Brian?
That's it.
Okay. Any further questions?
I make one comment. I have, during budget everyone knows, I'm kind of looking real deep in budget, and the whole organization, is doing fine and trying to find efficiencies, et cetera. I will note one of my concerns when I became a commissioner was in the fleet program and about purchasing new vehicles, et cetera. I really appreciate the evolution of that. The whole county, of course, but I'm just focusing here on fleet and how we have really become, even if it's possible, more efficient and delay purchasing vehicles when we can, et cetera. It's all good. Everywhere we can do that, we are doing it, I think. But I had to mention that.
Thank you. I'll pass on to Chris Bull.
Well, Chris Bull is right behind us here. So Chris,
That's perfect. That's great segue.
I guess you deserve the credit for enhanced fleet management that Jack's talking about, so thank you.
With all due respect to Jack, I think every county employee deserves it. I'm just captain of the team, so to speak.
Well, and that's why I tried to say in the same breath, all but.
Yes. Joe, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not into buying new vehicles.
The next item is a budget supplemental request, and then Sundin for food assistance, EBT recording.
Really, Connie. Really, I'm here as support again.
But you're so color coordinated.
I wonder
you are color coordinated.
Thank you. You called in advance.
This budget supplemental request is really just an administrative change. There is no change to the program. There is no change to the amount that is actually being spent. The county does not front any money. It's all federal pass-through dollars. So it's a net zero cost to the county. We've just gone back and forth with our auditors over the last few years, determining the best way to report this program in our financials. It was not budgeted for 2012 the way our auditors would like us to report it. They've decided they want us to report the full cost. And so this is simply a change to increase both the revenue and expenditure budget in the food stamp program for a net zero effect to the budget.
Any questions for Connie or Nan? Yes, Jack?
So, okay, I can understand the administrative as far as how we're documented, apparently. But did we, under the old thinking, quote unquote, we'll put it that way, we had thought we would be in the range of 90,000 and it was this much extra?
No.
I remember.
At one point we were told that we only needed to record the administrative part of food assistance on our books. Administrative not being our administrative side, but the way the state categorizes it as it's passing through. So the 90,000 was a guess at the administrative side of it, not the whole cost of the program.
But you may remember from the Board of Social Services meeting, Jack, that we showed you the 2011 numbers of food assistance and the 2012, and it's grown dramatically. So it used to be somewhere around 300,000, and now we're close to 500,000 in terms of money that we're getting out to people to help them buy food.
Yes, Rachel, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm supportive of this program and cleaning up, the accounting to match our auditors' expectations. But Nan, isn't the food pantry coming again this week or soon? And did you want to let everyone know about that?
Oh, that's a really good opportunity. The food pantry comes once a month to the Health and Human Services building, and I believe it is on Thursday. It starts at 10, and generally it goes till 1, but the food is gone within 2 hours every time. So we really recommend that people get there right at 10. There's a line, but it goes quickly. And we generally serve about 100 to 120 people each month with food commodities from the federal government that are sort of surplus foods.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Let's move on. Brian's been here for a while to the section of memos of interest. concerning the adoption of ordinance 30, 2010. Brian, you want to tell us about this?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Michael. As Mike said, I'm Brian Paul. I'm the Pickens County Chief Building Official. I'd also like to thank the board for approving my supplemental last go-around and getting my new employees that started with us last week, Ray Gendron, and he's been an excellent employee so far, and I think he's going to be a good asset for the county. Getting out of this is just a simple housekeeping thing. In 2009, in our code adoptions, we postponed the adoption of mandatory sprinklers in residential construction. And what we'd like to do, we pushed that date out to January 2013. And before that date came around, I wanted to go before you and get some direction on where to go with that. I wanted to be able to make a full presentation and say we're ready to go, and this is our recommendations. But I believe that it's going to be better if we come back with the 2015 code adoptions, when we usually skip the code cycle, so we'll skip the 12, and we'll do the 2015 body of codes. And at that time, I'd like to come before you with our recommendations in the area of residential sprinklers. I am working with the 4 fire districts on coming up with what we hope will be an amendable plan as far as how to address that. We kind of like what we have currently with the 5,000 square foot threshold, so I gave a little bit of that background. I don't have to go into all that right now with you, but we may go through that when we bring it out before you. But there were certain reasons why we wanted to look at that threshold. There's some support to maybe lower that threshold to about a 3,500 square foot, because there's some supported fire district thresholds that say that that's a flashover point, and that's a danger point for the fire protection people. So what I'd like to do is really come to you prepared with that 2015 adoption. So for now, we'd like to just push that date out to 2016. So that's what this is asking.
Board, Rachel?
Yeah. On the one hand, I can understand keeping it in sync with the new codes and everything, but on the other hand, I look at it and think that how much construction have we missed since 2009 to 2015? That's 6 years worth of properties that wouldn't be sprinkled, and there's no retroactivity to this, so people don't have to go backwards. And of course, I'm sure in everyone's mind is Colorado Springs, and the type of loss of life where it seems like an unnecessary extra expense, but then, boy, it's a really important thing.
Well, Rachel, I just have to interrupt you. The sprinkler systems don't have any effect on forest fires. And none whatsoever.
Michael,
in saving the structures.
I can understand what you're saying, but when one house burns down, it may start a fire in the surrounding neighborhoods. I mean, if it's a home that's up and out there and they've had a kitchen fire and it starts burning.
But Colorado Springs wasn't started by a house fire, was it?
No, it wasn't, but I was using the example of what happens when a fire gets very much out of control, and in some of the conditions that we see and may see in the future drought. That's my concern, is that we're just seeing a lot of construction continue that is open-ended, let's put it that way, in terms of not being able to extinguish a house fire as quickly as possible.
Positive side, if I may. On the positive side, what we are doing is things that are beyond a certain response time from the fire districts. With our fire code that we just adopted last year, when we went through and we actually finally got that together with the fire marshals, we still regulate rural and remote. We still regulate anything that's beyond a 5-minute response time. So we're dealing with those that are going to be out there in those wildfire areas that may cause an issue. They're being fully sprinkled. Even the accessory structures, garages and barns, are being addressed right now. And we're still doing things over 5,000 square foot. We've always had that in Pickens County. We're going to stay with that, and it seems to be working for us so far. The things that we're missing maybe are the smaller homes, the things under the 5,000 threshold, and the modular housing, and things of that. And it may go where the state adopts fire sprinklers across the boards for residential, and they start regulating, and they'll come in fully sprinklered into our districts. So it's hard to say where the state's going to go with that. But right now we are dealing with some of the things that are so remote that if it took so long for us to respond, that fire would spread to neighbor. So I think that I'm really trying to be close in touch with our fire districts and their concerns. And so far they're on board with what we're addressing and what we hope to address when we come to you in 2015. They also wanted to kind of push us back because they're getting more information daily. The way the 2009 code was written, it was a hybrid sprinkler system. It wasn't a full-blown standalone sprinkler system. It was a domestic water system with a sprinkler component. And they're uncomfortable with that because it's not designed by a professional engineer, and it's installed by a plumber or a homeowner. And so they have their hesitations of the way that the IRC was written anyway. And that was another reason why we chose to back off on that portion of the IRC. But we hope that we can come to you with something that works better in our area, something that all of our fire marshals can stand behind. And they would like to see more of an NFPA type system come in, or for the industry to catch up. When 09 came through, it was the first cycle to include sprinklers. And everybody postponed it to that 2013 date so they could hide and watch the 2012 cycle come through. And that's kind of what we did. We were going to wait and see if it stayed in 12 or if it changed or what happened. And we did that, and everybody did that across the board. The ICC did a survey of 84 different Colorado jurisdictions, and out of that, only 4 of them actually left that part of the code alone and didn't amend it in some way. About 8 of them pushed it out, and then the rest of them just totally deleted that section. So the industry's still trying to catch up, and I'd like to be able to kind of jump on when we know that it's in a good place. The P2904 stuff isn't even listed and labeled for P2904. It's listed and labeled for NFPA, so the fire marshals are hesitant about the components not even being up to date to what is being put out there. So I think it's one of those things where the code got ahead of itself, ahead of what was out there. And so I'm kind of backing off and letting the industry catch up with code, if that makes sense.
So, board, any further questions for Brian? Yes, Jack?
No question, but I comment. I totally support the 5,000, totally support the policy, and would support the you bringing in the extension. And let's get all this information we're talking about. And I have to say, from my memory, I do not remember of home fires, residential fires, where single-family home burned here and started another, or it created a forest fire in our county. And so, not that we're going to rely on the past, because this is today, and lightning, can do any kind of things, but I think it makes sense to get a lot more information, get things consistent in the whole box.
That's my hope.
Is that the general consensus of the board, to wait until the next cycle? Okay, Brian?
Okay.
Thank you.
Do I need to bring a formal amendment before you for a vote, or should I just work with Annette to get the code changed, that amendment?
We'll have to do that formally.
Okay, so I have to bring a formal vote. Okay. And you want the backup at that time, you're saying?
Talk to
the backup
for the code adoption. You don't need the backup for the code adoption, just for that amendment.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Real quick,
Yes.
I do think in the memo for the general public, when we discuss it at the board meeting, it'd be great to have points that you just made in response to my question, so people know what is sprinkled and what still is required, things like that.
And I have all that. I can do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we're back to the CCI.
Yeah, and so, let me get back to that, Michael. On October 5th, CCI will be having its legislative committee meeting, and that's where the legislative agenda for CCI is, I think, finalized and determined. We have the ability to appoint a member, and so we've been asked to do that by August 31st, and we would like to get some direction from the board. Rachel and Jack have been our representatives on CCI, but this needs to be an agreement of the board as far as who our one appointee will be. And so just wanted to give you guys some time to discuss that.
Jack?
Well, I believe this has already been taken care of, because when we adopted all our board memberships, etc., one of those items says that it talks about this legislative committee member, and I was appointed. We just, I can look at.
I was, and Jack, I may need to go back and look at that. I thought it was you and Rachel appointed as CCI reps, but I didn't know that we had appointed just.
There's a fifth cat. There's 8 committees and 1 legislative. But I have no problem if Rachel wants to do it. I mean.
No, the meeting on the 5th, will be done by each policy committee. And to adopt, I mean, because they've taken all the suggestions for potential legislative items and moved them into the appropriate committees to decide. Exactly. And then, so on the forms we sent in for last year, you had picked, taxation and finance, and I was public lands or something like that. This form allows for two people, and I think most counties actually send two people, and it's just like we've done before, where if it's one committee's or issues that's important to you, you can vote on it, or I can vote on it, because it has that if a member cannot attend or steps away from the table, you can appoint another commissioner in your stead. So we can still have both of our names on it and still vote on the items that are similar to ours. I appreciate very much working with Jack, and it's been a great partnership in covering these meetings. I will not be able to attend kind of the last preview meeting of these legislative items, which is September 6th and 7th. And then the October 5th, I definitely will be there and can attend as well with you, or if you want to miss that one for any reason.
So is it okay to have it, let's resolve this, a joint membership? Or
You can put your name in the first place, and I'll be in the second place.
Apparently, and I have some egg on my face because I know I was just looking at that, Jack, and I must have missed on the resolution, and so I think we put Jack based on the resolution that adopted membership as the primary, and then Michael, if everyone's agreed. Yeah.
Yeah, I certainly would want Rachel on there.
So, okay, so we agree on that?
But that was only referring to the document.
Sure.
Okay.
The last item, and this may be something that we want to discuss again at a later date, but Colorado Water Congress is looking for nominations for the Wayne Aspinall Water Leader of the Year Award. There's a nomination form. We just wanted to be sure that the board was aware of this. I believe nominations can be individual or from the board as a body.
If I may.
Yes, Rachel?
That is coming up next week, so I'm pretty sure this has already been settled by Water Congress of who to...
Just got this.
Yeah, no, it went out quite a while ago, and at least to my experience, it's generally someone with 40 years in the industry and things like that. It's just a huge packet of information, but when they present the award, they do a full slideshow life story of the person from childhood through high school through current, and so I'm sure they've been prepping on whoever they've selected.
Well, and this said nominations must be received by August 31st. So, I mean, I don't know.
Maybe that's for their
So.
winter meeting and not for the summer meeting. Maybe I'm just off counter as well.
Well, it's duly noted. See, let's put it that way. That's what you wanted us to do, right?
Just wanted you to understand that was out there.
Okay, had someone.
Is that it? Well, we have future agendas, but there's something that's been bothering me. There's a cake in the corner over there. And I hate to have a cake
staring at you?
Staring at me, that's why.
It's got chocolate or...
And why is that cake there?
Well, I think that cake, what number do they have on it? That's probably mine.
It is?
Yeah.
Yours to share?
Thursday. Absolutely to share. And we can do that now, Michael?
I think we should do that now. Let's not wait till the break. We have future agendas. We can talk about future agendas fairly easily with cake in our mouth.
But actually, Phyllis, if I start on future agendas, could I trouble you to cut the cake? Would that be okay?
That's really a delegation of authority, John.
How did I do?
Yeah. So future agendas.
So happy birthday, John.
Thank you. Yeah, after a while, you start to hate to see me.
Wait a second, we can't just cut the cake without some sort of song.
Is today your actual birthday?
Thursday's
wait, I'll wait.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll sing it Thursday to ourselves.
So why would we wait?
Yes, future agendas.
Yeah, a couple of future agenda items for you. Wanted to explore, you have a memo in your packet for the joint meeting that's talking a little bit about the Western Maroon Creek plan. We also were looking to maybe spend a little bit more time giving you an update on that process. And next week, the Planning and Zoning Commission is going to be meeting in this room at 5 o'clock. And wanted to explore whether you might be open to spending an extra half hour with them from 5 to 5:30 just to kind of get a quick update on their process and where they're at on the Western Maroon Creek plan and what they're seeing as upcoming items for that they'll be asking for direction on and such.
So John, how is that different from getting an update from our staff members? Is the P&Z actually putting the plan together?
The P&Z is working, the P&Z will be adopting the plan, so they've been reviewing and they've been, they're going to be hosting an open house, I think, that they want to visit with you about. And we thought it was a good opportunity to get the two bodies together. We could, Michael, if it's the board's preference, we could also have Cindy, do it in an MOI kind of format during a regular meeting time. So,
how does the board feel about it? Yes, Jack.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing the half hour, so kind of touch base, see we're on the same page, and hopefully this will be a very much efficient process and not belabor it, as our experience occurred with the AACP, that went on forever. We just might make sure we're on the same page.
Jack's feeling is that we meet with P&Z for about a half an hour to update. Is that agreeable to the rest of the board? Okay, so we'll do that next Tuesday, John?
yes, next Tuesday. So we'll add that on to the agenda for the 14th.
And Michael, I'd like to reinforce a half hour, so we don't have a planning session.
Man, this is good cake.
So I'm going to get into mine when you guys start
This is
working on it.
very high quality cake.
I
love it.
How'd you get it? Molly bacon?
No, I can guarantee they showed up by magic from upstairs, I think.
Oh, you're raising the bar.
Yeah. No blue frosting?
It was Charlotte's delivery service.
It was Charlotte's delivery service. Other issue, on August 21st, the technology assessment, we'll actually probably, instead of doing that, we may take a little bit of time in executive session to talk to you about some of the recommendations and how that might affect future negotiations on IGA with the city. So we'll be making those changes to the agenda.
Michael, may I ask a question on that item? John, are you saying on the 21st exec session? Or
Yeah, on the 21st. So at the same time, it's just as we're seeing opportunities and such, we want to have a different discussion with you. Want to visit with you a second about the Pro Challenge bike race. You will see that, as we've been noting, our August 22nd, the Wednesday meeting is canceled. The Pro Challenge bike race is going to be happening on Wednesday and Thursday. The finish, as you may recall, last year was actually almost right in front of the courthouse, and so we had a lot of activity in front of both the old courthouse and the plaza. This year, for the Wednesday, that finish has been moved down to Pepke Park. But the start on Thursday has been moved, the morning. That start will happen, again, about where the finish was last year, so we'll have a high impact in front of our buildings. Our plan right now is on the Wednesday when there's a finish, we will be keeping our buildings open to the public, our departments will have people in. We will continue to limit access to the old courthouse simply because the bathroom facilities can't handle high volume over there. But we think that On that Wednesday, when the finish is down by Pepke Park, we're probably not going to have as high a volume here, so we won't be closing down the buildings like we did last year. Thursday, however, we do plan on the morning restricting access to the annex side of this building, and again restricting access into the courthouse, simply because we don't have the facilities to handle what could be a very large crowd that's going to be here for the start of the race. No departments will be closing down. We will be, because of the difficulty of access in the town, we will be allowing some folks to do work from home, particularly in the morning on Thursday. Again, we had very limited use of that last year. And we will be opening the buildings for normal use starting at 1 o'clock on Thursday after the finish has moved out. Does that make sense?
John, what's the impact of not having facilities for the public? Is it viewed as, how do you explain to the public that you can't use our facilities? Is it viewed as an unfriendly act in an otherwise, friendly community event? Or
We did not have a lot of feedback on that last year. I think folks understood, particularly in a historic building, that it may not be, that the facilities may not be suitable for a large number of folks using the facilities there. I think there was a good placement of portable bathroom systems. The library remained open, and we made sure that buildings and grounds were making more rounds in those facilities. And so, to my knowledge, Michael, unless the board has heard anything, we didn't get a lot of complaints, and particularly in the historic building, people understood.
Okay. Rachel?
What time does the actual race start on the Thursday morning?
We've got that in the memo. I can't recall it offhand.
But you seem to think they'll be all cleared out by 1.
Yeah, we had a meeting with Nancy. We believe that they'll be cleared out between 1 and 2 o'clock. And judging from how quickly the logistics crew was able to clear the fencing and the staging during last year's race, we think that's pretty realistic.
Thank you.
So, one more item. Is Suzanne?
Yep.
Oh, Suzanne back there. Last time we were together, we had talked about, or I'd asked whether you'd be interested in a Lanedo site visit, because we had received four site plan applications up there. And I think you all responded with a resounding maybe, but we'd like to know more about what we're really seeing coming up. And so I invited Suzanne to just kind of share a little bit about what we're seeing in terms of site plan requests, and get some feedback whether you do want us to schedule.
Well, it wasn't the main objection that it was in inverse order. Typically, we have an application, we go through the application, then we do a site visit based on whatever the complexities of that, of understanding that application. In this case, we decided proposed to do a site visit early because of the difficulty of access in Lanedo in the wintertime. So that was the...
Right, and so you wanted more information about what we do. Thank you for that clarification.
And I think, we put the request out because we just felt these are actually activity envelope applications. It's for 4 separate parcels up in Lanedo, various ownerships, but essentially properties owned by Daniel Delano and Frank Peters under various entities. So it's not the Lanedo 6 property that has been in front of you in recent time. It's the next properties up the valley. And it does include many of the existing buildings that are up there. But so they've asked for activity envelope approvals on these 4 parcels. I think timing-wise, the applications are scheduled in front of you in October, I think the 10th at this point. And also these are things that could be approved or reviewed administratively. And the code does provide a provision for the director to determine that applications have issues surrounding them that we feel are appropriate to forward them for your review. We made that determination for these applications, given that it is a grouping of applications that does involve the Lanedo town site. We felt it was appropriate to bring to the board. Given that, we felt it was also appropriate to see if you wanted to go ahead and try and schedule something ahead of time before the applications are in front of you, so you have that background of having been on the properties before the application. So,
Suzanne, are these separate site plans for separate parcels?
technically, it's 4 separate applications. Given the connection between them all, we're bringing them forward to you at the same time. But it's the Last Chance property, which was approximately 90 acres and has been divided into 2 35-plus acre parcels. A parcel that's referred to as the Hidden Treasure, which is a 35-acre, and then Lot 2 of the Silver Creek subdivision, which is a 47-acre parcel that was created through the result of, I think, a settlement back in the 80s or 90s. John might be able to help with that. But that's actually a subdivided lot. The other 3 are 35-acre parcels.
And those are all for residences?
Correct.
What's your feeling? Site visit, no site visit? What?
I think doing a site visit's good. It's just a matter of finding the right time for it.
And the right vehicle.
When was this, when was this scheduled?
October 10th. So we have some time.
We can work on the future agendas if there's direction from the board that you want us to look for a time for a site visit. We can start to work on that.
Okay, so Jack's that okay?
Yeah, as long as, we have a site visit, but really do it as a quote-unquote site visit and not much discussion about the content, because we won't really have it. So, I agree with Michael, it's a little backwards, but I also agree with whomever brought it up about timing. We could only hope to have a lot of snow and, start getting snowfall in October, I should say.
So I'm good. It's also hunting season, I think, and so you're likely to be
Wear orange.
Wear orange for the site visit.
Well, typically it's a pickup and a huge trailer, and those are tough to meet on the Lanedo Road.
I know we're running over time here. We did have GR here to do our weekly road update on the construction work that's going on. If you want a quick.
Are we done with future agendas?
I got a few things on future.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
A couple of quick things. One is I'll be out September 4th for that meeting. Second, just curious, on August 23rd, we have a notification for a caucus meeting. Why do we do that? I mean, I go to caucus meetings all the time and we don't know caucus meetings.
I just noticed that on there too, George, and that's
it's not really a public meeting, so. And then lastly, I had an opportunity to meet with a couple of Garfield County commissioners a week ago or so. We were talking about an upcoming meeting, and they said they'd be happy to come up Valley when you make those arrangements. And they specifically had a request to have lunch at the Woody Creek Tavern.
okay, well, that's good to know.
Well, so now we know.
We are in the process, and I know, Rachel, you had asked for an update, and we've actually had it on our list, and we just keep running out of time, but we are setting up the joint meetings and having those discussions, and Garfield was one we were waiting to hear back from.
So anyway, they're happy to come up, and Woody Creek Tavern is their pick.
Outstanding.
Speaking of September 4th, I might not be present either, so that then limits.
You would not have a quorum because I'm not. I've already let everyone know I'm not there.
That's what I'm referring to.
It'd be really good. So if you, as soon as you know that, Michael, then we can cancel that meeting.
Okay, Rachel?
Yeah, a few small things in sequence. I had let you know before I will not be back by Monday, August 13th for this newly meet. It's not noted on our future agendas. The other one is that it can be in the future, but I really want to know where in the school we're going for the school district meeting on the 20th. I was lost up there finding the Thompson Divide Coalition meeting, and it's, we need to know exactly which building that's in. And then also, I noted that there has now been scheduled a Monday, September 10th meeting, special meeting, and for abatement hearings. And I, again, just will not be back from traveling then on airline tickets. I can't make it. So I will not be there at the Monday, September 10th meeting. I'd be happy to try to participate in those abatement hearings if they were scheduled at a different time when I was available, but sorry about that. So that's all for me.
Yes, Jack. There's a possibility I will not be back by Monday, August 20th. That is a school district board meeting, so there'll be two of us not here, maybe, and honestly, I won't know for a bit.
I'll be here as well.
September 4th, and I know there's a question whether we'll have that meeting, but there's a U.S. Forest Service 8th and Hallam property conveyance discussion.
Yeah, you know,
what is that?
Scott Snelson had called me on that, and we've been trading messages. This has to do with the property, what the conveyance means at this point. I'm not sure. I think they may just be talking about how they're looking at disposing of the property or
all or part of
selling
it.
Yeah, so I don't. Yeah.
I just wonder what involvement we had other than an interest. I mean,
we had written in our comments that we wanted a public entity to have first shot at that, and they may be responding to that. Again, I need to visit with Scott, but he wanted to get on the agenda and have a chance to visit with him.
and I noticed, and I know this was added, so it's a matter of format. Mondays on our September 12th agenda, we have Monday the 10th on here. We also have Monday the 10th on the previous page. And I just want to make sure that the Monday for the unveiling of the historic plaque, we can accomplish that in an hour in order to be back in time. Because this starts at 12 and our abatement hearings start at 1. I'm assuming that we have enough time, but I wanted to make sure.
We don't anticipate that being a long ceremony.
Yeah, okay. Good. And it looks like, just to reaffirm, September 25th at 2:30, apparently we leave for El Jebel. Our meeting with the Eagle County Commissioners is only an hour and a half.
Yes.
Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, future agenda's over with. GR, what's the update? It seems like you just gave us an update.
Well, I'll try to be brief then. Thank you, Michael. I'm GR Fielding, the county engineer. Jack, I just wanted to follow up. We were still checking on that parcel on Elk Creek for you. Forget about that. Castle Creek Road is being paved. The crew is not there Monday or today. They were finishing up another job. They are going to start again, back up again tomorrow. They are about one-third finished with Castle Creek Road. The Coal Creek Culvert has been placed, and they started the backfill yesterday and today, and we hope to have a lane back open here very shortly up on Coal Creek. We've been trying to get a lot of pictures of that one. It's pretty cool. They set the culvert in with a 100-ton crane, so it's pretty interesting seeing all the pictures of that thing suspended over the creek.
So was that a concrete tube? Is that what
it was steel.
Steel.
Yes. And so hopefully when we have a chance this fall, after we're done running off these projects, we'll be able to give the board a quick PowerPoint presentation with some pictures of all the various projects from this summer. But unless the board had questions, that's all we really had for the update this week.
Any questions, board? Thank you, GR. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's see. The next item is our discussion, and we're late, and I apologize for that, discussion of the hedonic method evaluation, and John Ely and his guest are here to do that presentation. John, you want to come forward?
Michael, we do open discussion at the end of the meeting?
Well, we're
not that I'm asking for.
Yeah, we're just way behind.
Yeah, I know.
We may get it tomorrow. Jack, we've got
So, John, thank you for being here.
Michael, my name is John Ely for the viewing public. I'm the county attorney. For the benefit of people watching and the board as well, some time ago, we became aware of information regarding the upper frying pan drainage to the Roaring Fork Conservancy regarding the placement of gates in tributaries to the river that relate to the unbuilt portions of the Fryark collection system, ostensibly to gather data on stream flows in preparation for an ultimate build-out for the Fryark system. As the board knows, the IBC and the governor have declared previously that a series of IPPs should be identified and moved forward. IPPs are identified projects and processes that were first discussed in the statewide water supply initiative in 2010. Among the IPPs that have been identified is the PSOP plan, as represented through the proposed PSOP legislation, which would have the effect of reallocating storage for the Fryark water diversion project, and would also have the effect of improving operations of the Independence Pass collection system as well. Currently, the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement is all but executed, and one of the objectives of that agreement is an attempt to protect the Upper Colorado from further diversions, at least in the next few years. I suppose the takeaway message from those particular facts is that the status quo for the Roaring Fork Basin may not be the status quo very much longer, certainly not in the long term. Explaining the need for in-stream flows beyond a simple recognition of environmental concerns and values, and relating the non-consumptive use of water as it's recognized in an in-stream flow regime to an economic health of a particular area, Pickens County, of course, being the area that we're talking about now, might be the strongest argument for in-stream flow protection going into the future. Environmental concerns certainly are not to be minimized, but being able to relate river flows to a local economy is something that I don't think can be overemphasized. The idea, of course, has been around for a while, since the new millennium. Actually, in 2002, the Roaring Fork Conservancy did a study of the frying pan, and then again in 2011, Northwest COG did a study involving the mountain economies within its particular 5-county region. However, these two studies, although they're interesting and definitely shed light on the economies in the mountains, and it's always, I think, educational just to look in the mirror and see what it is you are. They didn't really discuss the economy. In fact, they didn't discuss at all the strongest economy present in Pickens County, which is the economy associated with real estate development. The recognition of the relationship between healthy rivers and healthy riparian environments and the real estate economy, I think, is the first step in being able to protect both, or at least being able to put ourselves in a position to be armed adequately with information in which to argue appropriate mitigation for our area should the Roaring Fork Basin be essentially the next targeted area to meet the demands of the Front Range. The relationship, we're trying to determine the relationship between these two factors, a healthy riparian system and our real estate economy is something that is best expressed through the hedonic method or hedonic modeling of an economic system. And to my left is Dr. John Loomis, who is a professor and researcher at CSU, who helped the county put together an initial RFP for such a project, and who has done work in that regard. And so what we'd like to do today is present some information regarding the hedonic method. I know it's something that is not come up in everyday dialogue, so that we can walk away from this meeting with a better understanding of what the attempt would be or how that it might be executed. And the board would have that as an informational resource in trying to make a decision about this particular issue. We're not looking for any decisions or ultimate discussions today, but just an informational presentation on this hedonic method. So, Dr. Loomis.
Oh, also, Dr. Loomis has a PowerPoint presentation, and I've got printed out copies of the slides if the board wants to take a look at it. It might be convenient just for notes or to have in the future to take away.
Well, thank you very much for taking time. I know you have a full agenda and long time to sit. So as I say, I appreciate you doing that because, yeah, I mean, most people would go, hedonic property method, what? And
we've been through that.
So anyway, we want to talk about this. And, first of all, I want to kind of describe it briefly and then describe, as the presentation goes on, how it would be applied to estimate the economic value that the Roaring Fork River provides to resident property owners, homeowners, townhomes, condos, and so forth. And this method, has been around for probably, 20, 30 years, and it's been applied to a lot of things, lakes and lake levels, and I'll give you an example of that, open space, and then LULUs, which you've probably heard of, locally undesirable land uses, which include noise, hazardous waste sites, and those sorts of things. So, what's the amenity value of things, and what's the, disamenity value in many cases. So, that's what it's been applied to. And it is a, statistical technique. So we're trying to, in some sense, count for as many factors, right? There's, probably, at least a dozen, 2 dozen factors that affect home prices. And the key is, okay, can we isolate the really big ones so we can explain, 60, 70% of the variation in house prices, and try and isolate that individual factor. Because oftentimes, if you look on the river, right, there are big, houses on the river. Okay, so how do we separate out the value of being on the river from the large house? So, for example, on the view, we want to know what might a view be worth, and we want to hold constant the size of the house, how close it is to the ski area, and so forth. And so, this method does this, and it uses multiple regression, which that may help, right? Explaining something you don't know with something else you don't know. But, I'll show you an example here in a minute, but the idea is we take several thousand, observations. So, say house sales from 2000 all the way to, 2011, and we take that data, so we've got literal, thousands of house sales, and we've got every little feature of the house. I met, with Larry yesterday, make sure, okay, yeah, your data's got bedrooms, bathrooms, garages, but it also got the size of the lot, and we can get through GIS, the elevation, how high it is, how close to the river, how close to the ski area. So we want to look at that, through all this data, and estimate, this equation. And, this, basically the idea here, say B1 would be lot size. So X1 is how does, we've got lot sizes, and we got them for every 1,000 of these houses. How does the price of the house vary with the lot size? Systematic, what does the data tell us? And it's not me assigning values. Economists don't say, this is what it's worth. the data, buyers and sellers, right? The point of using this is thousands of buyers and sellers through their transactions in the market reveal the value that they have for, an extra 100 square feet of lot, or an extra bathroom, as you'll see, or, have a view, be close to a river, or, draw down. So I just put 3 of them up there. We usually have a dozen, and I think the packet that Lisa put together for you has an example of one I did many years ago looking at river restoration and what's the value to homeowners of being on a restored river versus on one that wasn't restored. And again, this is what the buyer's value is. This isn't something I sit down do. It's from all these sort of thousands of observations. And so we estimate that equation and those slope coefficients. So the B's are, kind of slope coefficient. It's the rate of change of house prices. So how does house price change with one more unit? Whether it's a square, foot of the house, square foot of the lot, distance of the river, distance of the ski area. So, that's how we, take the data and look at it and say, does this have a systematic effect or not? Right? So, it's an attempt to be very objective about this. So here's one we did in California. And lake drawdown was the issue with, this was Lake Almanor in Northern California. Pacific Gas and Electric, when they do hydropower, was drawing it down quite a bit and, creating these sort of mud flats. So the idea is, well, how much difference? Does it make any difference, right? PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric, goes, it doesn't make that much difference. Homeowner Association, oh my God, it's ruining our property values. Okay, well, let's see, what does the data that all the buyers and sellers. So we control for things, lot size, number of bathrooms. So the beta, or that B, on number of bathrooms, says another bathroom's worth $26,303. And again, this isn't something John Loomis decided that, I like bathrooms a lot. Never have too many bathrooms in a house. This is what buyers and sellers across these, 1,000 observations. Whether it was on the lake or not, that added about $209,000. Whether they had a view of the lake, even though they weren't on the lake, so they might be up on a bluff. And you can imagine here in Pitkin County being up on a bluff overlooking the river and the riparian corridor and so forth. Okay, so you're not on the river, but it contributes value to the home. And then our key variable was, okay, at the time people bought the house, how much exposed shoreline was there? How much exposed, mud flat, if you will, was there? Did that influence the price of the house? And, yes, it had a statistically systematic effect. And, it was about $120. So for every foot of exposed shoreline more, the house price sold, the buyer would pay less, $120 less. Or, if we flip that around, right, if the reservoir is full or if the river's full, people are willing to pay more for that house. So they're sensitive to it, and, there's the magnitude. And again, objectively revealed, sort of by buyers and sellers. So that's the kind of thing we were thinking of doing here. And as I say, we've done with the river restoration projects in California and lake levels. So we've got the, obvious variables. I didn't put them all up. But something about the house itself, the size and the lot size, bedrooms and bathrooms. And then here, right, distance to town's important, distance to the ski area. So we'd have a bunch of those, distance to the Rio Grande bike path. And then there'd be the key variables, right, that are the policy relevant ones that John talked about. Okay, what's at risk here? Well, what's at risk is, how much does it matter to people? Well, if the river goes down, if you're riverfront, you paid a premium for this, and if I came out to look at the house and, it's wet rocks, right, I'm not going to pay a lot for that house compared to if it was a flowing stream. How much is the flow? So a lot of this, as John mentioned, there's a lot of gauging stations here that measure cubic feet per second of flow. At the time people bought the house, what was the flow in the river? What did they perceive when they were buying this? And again, it's been done for water clarity at lakes in Maine and so forth. I mean, the buyers, are aware of the, of what, or if you ask your real estate agent, here's what I want to be able to fly fish out there, right? They're going to look at properties that there's adequate flows to do that. And then distance to the river, because in fact, you don't have to live on the river. You may live a couple hundred, 2 blocks away. And it's still, an asset to go out and, walk your dog out there and look at it, be near the river. And, again, a lot of it's that riparian vegetation, the canopy there, and if in fact, this gets dewatered, that'll disappear. So that's the kind of the point of this is, okay, let's look at, you might expect that the riverfront has an effect on house prices, but river flows may be a little more subtle, and that's where we need, several, 1,000 observations over several years to say, okay, can we detect, that effect, and if we can, how large is it? How does distance to the river? Again, someone might say, well, this matters to a few, 100 homeowners that are along the river, but nobody else cares about it. Well, that's what we're going to find out. How far back does that influence of the river? Is it, 2 blocks, 3 blocks, 4 blocks? It may be that, look, that's a significant part of living here is that river, and it's picked up in house prices. And then if we establish that relationship like we did for lake level, then we can do, some sort of scenario analysis. Okay, well, what if the full water rights were exercised and full diversion rights were exercised? What would that do to flows? And what does our model say in terms of, one of these things has a pointer on it. Yeah, there we go. So in other words, if river flows turns out to be significant and a pretty good magnitude, then in fact, you run the scenario and look, the hydrograph drops because of this diversion. What is the loss in value to, literally hundreds of homes and condos, within that, 3 block, 5 block areas. And then if in fact, it literally would dry it up at times. This happens on our Poudre River where, if there's a bunch of calls at the same time, the river master says, well, we're sorry, but everybody's exercising their senior water rights. Okay, well, that's, really going to have a depressing effect. So that's the basic idea. And of course, I'm very happy to answer questions because that's, we've spent some time covering this in class, and, there's a lot to this method. So.
Rachel.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here today. I guess this already is helping me understand it better, but we've struggled a little bit with the idea that, well, doesn't the summer music festival create value, and isn't it the great restaurants and shopping and this and that? So in your work, those sort of things would really be constants because it's just there as a baseline that helped establish a certain amount of the value of the home to begin with. So it's not that you have to separate out what is the value of having an ongoing music festival.
Right. So that's true. I mean, if we go back, see if I can do this really thing. So if you look at that, for Aspen, right, this constant term here is going to be very large because of, other things that don't vary, right? Now, I mean, it may be possible, I hadn't thought of that, if someone was here, for that and bought their house, they might be really jazzed up about it. But, the basic idea is, there's a lot of amenities living here, right? Cultural amenities and so forth. And, as I said, I hadn't thought about, how you might incorporate that. Because, we have variation, over the geography, and then we also have variation over time. And that's what we're using for the river flows. But as I say, a lot of these other factors would show up in this constant term like that.
Okay, and so there would be some work to perhaps control for residences that were within, 4 blocks of the music festival because they are marketed as being within walking distance of the music festival. I mean, I'm just kind of thinking, how do we make sure it work would eventually become bulletproof.
Right, so in other words, as I say, I just had, let's see, which is forward, which is back. That's neither. So we would add, in other words, this is just a, literally skeleton sketch. But if you thought distance to the, the music festival, or, I talked with Mary in the GIS, distance to parks, distance to the Rio Grande bike path, right? So all of these, the nice thing is yeah, these are really intuitive hunches that matters. Mm-hmm. And so, the fact is, well, it matters to a lot of us in this room, does it over 10 years and 1,000 observations or so, does it have a systematic effect? And yeah, we might, part of this is, while it's driven by the policy relevant issue of water, open space will be another big factor. In other words, as part of these other variables, whether they're considered environmental or other location variables, open space. So this may be informative and very useful for you for lots of decisions that you make. You could even think of this as, people wonder sometimes if they go, gee, should we do the bike race, right? You've got to fund a bunch of money and maybe fronting money for some other activities. And certainly the open space is one that we have a very active program for. Well, does it matter? Okay, well, we can put that in and test that and see if it does. So I think it's more than just water. That there's obviously suggestions on what are some other ones. And I think, the location of the music festival is a great one.
Rob, you have a question? Yeah, Doctor. The example you put up on the river, if you could go, on the lake, if you could go back to that, because I think that's, there's some analogy there. I'm just curious if you could talk a little bit about your sampling and how you took that sampling over time, because there's also effects of time for the sampling. So, you have to have data points of houses that sold at different levels with different variables to get that negative $119. But there are also variables like what happened in the economy during that time period. There are also variables of all sorts of different things, supply and demand during that time period, and how you react those and relate that back to how you would get a significant amount of sample points for something like the Roaring Fork Valley in terms of, we're projecting something in the future, not necessarily something in the past. Here, in this example, you could very specifically say, well, this house sold when there was this much lake water, and this house sold when there was this much lake. Or we're trying to project going forward. You could take a drought year, but I don't think people buy based on this being a drought year. They say, well, next year there's going to be more water.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So first relate how your sampling affects the variables of time, economy, and those sorts of, and supply and demand. Because if there are more houses, there's more supply and less demand, so that's a variable. They're not fixed variables like you're using in this example. Obviously this is probably a more advanced study than what you're showing us here. And how you would relate that to our study with it being a hypothetical going forward. So you're not really using real sample data points.
So in other words, things like the economy obviously matter. So we got a time series.
Yeah.
And we put in, say, mortgage interest rate, unemployment rate, heck, for around here you can put in the stock market, those types of variables. We can even put in, a variable for each year, so to try and capture these all other effects, right? So when things really took a nosedive in 2008 or something, we can test, did that have an effect? So I think, we try and do the best we can. We can't explain 100%, but in some of the examples you've had, we explain 2/3 of the variation in house price with all of these in there. So once we establish that relationship, then the idea, if it's there, and we find it's there, then, the way these things are commonly used is a what if. What if you clean up the Superfund site? Right, so the Superfund site's there, you get distance from the Superfund site, what that does to property values. And then the idea is, okay, well, what would it be worth to clean up the Superfund site. So that, you know, it is sort of a counterfactual, right? It's something different. But the good news is I think here, depending how you look at it, the range of that flow data, right? We do have some dry years. And those dry years then might emulate, right, what, you know, the future would be. Now, you're right, it's not permanent, right, versus temporary. So, you know, this thing isn't, you know, 100% bomb-proof. It'll answer every question with 100%, you know, certainty. But I mean, the way they're used is, you know, if there's a relationship, okay, now we can apply it to the policy at hand, which is what if? You know, what if we made it look like a drought all the time, right? And then, you know, you might legitimately argue if it was a permanent drought, that would really have a much bigger effect. And you're right. But the idea is, look, even if we find this effect with a temporary drought that people know, well, it's likely to rebound, that would be a minimum estimate of what that is. And we know, okay, it's at least that large. It might be larger.
So the hypothesis of the data sampling that you would do would be a drought year versus a non-drought year, and what a specific house sold for based on a buyer coming in and seeing a low river versus a high river.
Right.
So, and then you're making the bridge to say that data point is going to be reflective of a permanent loss in water,
right,
or the continuation of the water.
Right. And so, you know, as I say, it's a minimum estimate, right? Because, in fact, they're going, well, this was a bad year. I mean, it's no different than coming out looking houses this year with a bad snow year and going, you know, hell, I can ski on artificial snow back east. Why would I want to come out here and do that? So, yeah, but I mean, again, you know, part of this is, you know, we found that effect, that when buyers came out to look at houses, you know, that visual impact of, you know, made a difference. So we looked back, you know, we have, in this case, we'd have 10 years worth of data. So we'd go back, we'd have to 2002 drought, we'd have, you know, wet years and dry years. And, you know, this is what people see, right? I mean, when they go to look at houses, they come out and they spend, you know, a few weeks. They might make a couple trips and spend a few weeks, but, you know, they don't have this long, you know, history in many cases, particularly with all the out-of-town buyers you have, right? This is, we just finished a study in Crested Butte, and, you know, there's a lot of people that don't, you know, live here that are going to form an impression when they come out, and, you know, they end up making their decision. You know, they don't go to the USGS, you know, gauging station site and go, well, yeah, but, you know, this was way down on the 10-year average. So, but, you know, that is the hypothesis. Does it matter? And if it does, how big of an effect is it? And then, you know, the next step is, okay, now what if we, you know, basically imposed a permanent drought on that? But I think, you know, you're right. I mean, it may understate what people are thinking about. If this was a permanent, always going to be that low.
Yes, Rob. Can I just ask one more question? Dr. Loomis, I don't know if you've had any experience, because on how these things hold up in court with their significance. I don't know if you've been a key witness in things to prove property value effects on this, because that I think is another one of our concerns here, certainly another one of my concern, which is, you know, if this, I think you said 3/4, this will account for 3/4. You know, I don't know if a court's going to say 3/4 is an exact science enough to determine, you know, exactly what the variable value is. I think all of us are in agreement that there is value, but how you quantify that in terminations of fighting for the water here, or as John said, you know, mitigation money of some sort, or mitigation, whatever that may be. So have you had any experience on that end of things, or is it just on doing the reports and the study of the hedonic method?
Well, so in other words, I did a little research. I'm going to be actually testifying as an expert witness in a couple weeks up in Gillette on this with regard to the effect of oil and gas drilling on elk. And there's been this hedonic property run on, farm and ranch land in Wyoming, and, elk habitat came in statistically significant. So we're going to use it there, and, in one sense, I'll let you know. But I did some research on that, and it's been used, the public trustees on a lot of these, again, natural resource damage assessments have used it, and there were 2 cases, and in fact, in 2 cases, they said, this is a qualified method, and it had an impact on the judge's ruling in terms of how much. So a lot of this non-market valuation, it's used repeatedly in these Superfund natural resource damage assessments. So we've got, it meets, at least we're going to argue that, based on these other cases, based on the fact that it's been, as I say, been around for 20 years, it's not a speculative method or some experimental method. There's quite a bit of, evidence to say, look, this thing works, it works pretty well, and it ought to be accorded that. But, we'll see. That's a very, another very legitimate concern is, has this been used a lot in court, and how will it hold up? So, we've got some evidence of that, and, we'll gain a little more here in a couple of weeks.
George.
I read through some of these proposals, and several of them talked about the fact that the hedonic method is a fairly complex model. And some of these proposals even say that they have their limitations. And it seems
they have their what?
Their limitations. Because you're just throwing in some sort of numbers in the statistical model, and you're putting different weights on it, but how much you weigh that. And on top of that, I think, as you probably have seen fairly quickly, how unique the nature of the Aspen real estate market is. It's a beast, a unique beast of its own. There's really no other community in the country similar to this, maybe Marin County. And so I don't think that, in a case like this where people are definitely buying specifically because they want to be on lakefront property or they want to be on shorefront property, and they're willing to pay that additional expense versus being off-lake or offshore. I think, at least in the Aspen market, at least my perception is that people don't come here specifically looking for riverfront property. I think the Frying Pan would be a better example where I think people do purchase riverfront property specifically because it's a frying pan, because it's a little more unique. And I just wonder, and then even here along the riverfront properties, you could have a home that was built in the 60s, 70s, and then right next to it you could have a custom-built home. And many of the homes that are being built now from the older homes are really custom-built. And whether they're on the river or they're on top of Red Mountain, it's a different beast. But I'm just curious why we couldn't get some sort of similar information if we use the assessor's base, informational base, and we understand the total valuation of the properties each year. And then from there we can extrapolate specifically how many of those properties are actually on the riverfront and what their assessed values are. And then if we were to use a statistical model, and let's say we're going to assume based on drought or based on loss of river flow, those homes may see a 25% reduction in their assessed values. It seems like we can come up with some number then, but that's still not taking into account that even if the assessed values drop by 20-25%, we still have the ability as a county to adjust our mill levy to make up that difference, to equate that. That's one question. The other question is, when we look at the models between the year 2000 and 2011, at least in our market, which we saw a tremendous growth in appreciation in the early years of 2000, and then we saw the market crash in 2008, which substantially dropped the market. And then, how do you take into the time adjustments in terms of distress sales? It just seems like there's a lot of factors in play. It's going to be very hard to come up with a qualified result at the end.
Well, I mean, So your last point is, I mean, yeah, we want to adjust for that. We put in a year dummy, a variable, basically. If we go back to here, there'd be a variable for each year. So, 2000, 2001, all the way up. So that would allow us to control for that. As I say, again, maybe stock market value. But you're right, I mean, it was actually nice, you do have up by Riverside Drive and some of that area, right, some very older homes. And then you get down to Roaring Fork Road or something, and you got these big homes, right? And so, yeah, that's where, variables such as, square footage. I mean, this one, doesn't have all the variables in it, but, square foot, lot size, and so forth. So statistically, you try and, correct for that. But, a lot of people do come here for the skiing, right? And so, how big a role does the river play? And I think the proposals that all of us put together were sort of up front, that we can't guarantee, that, the river's going to come in statistically significant. People come here for the cultural amenities, they come here for, hiking in the summer, and they come here, for the opportunities to go skiing in the winter. And it's not like, say, being up on the Madison River, right? If you really want to fish, right, you buy a property up on the Madison River, or one of the blue ribbon trout streams in Montana. But the environment, right? I mean, a lot of people you don't have to recreate to appreciate. I mean, I don't fish, but I really appreciate it. I live on a small lake in Fort Collins. And, I don't fish, but I really like seeing the birds and so forth. It's really peaceful, sitting out on the deck. So I think, that is an amenity that people, they come here for the amenities. And what's the bundle of amenities they can buy? And some of it's access to recreation, some of it's access to skiing, but, some of it is the natural environment. And, they want that bundled together. And, in some sense, this is a one-stop shop. Right, it's high amenity values for, almost everything. But it will be, you're right, it's unique. It's different here. I think the same principles apply. I mean, that was second home development, retiree, kind of thing. There was a golf course, and I didn't put that up. I mean, the golf course came in statistically significant as well. So it's all, there's a couple of well-developed golf courses on there that people that were coming, part of the attraction up there is to live not only by the lake, but, there's a couple of nice golf courses. And, those came in, as you might imagine, significant as well. So we're trying to control for a house that's on the river or on the lake versus, on the golf course. And, some will be on both, some won't be. So, yeah, it is complicated. I mean, we've done enough of these, we think this will work and give reasonable results. But, yeah, we can't promise that, river flow is going to come in, statistically significant. So there is a risk in that sense to having this knowledge. And I was talking with John, and we've done a lot of these studies, Crested Butte with the molybdenum mine, and we didn't look at property values there, but we asked homeowners what role that plays. So some of this is, do you want to make an investment and have this information, right? It's like an insurance policy. Okay, well, let's see what we find. If we do find something, then we've got that in our hip pocket, and we can use that when the time comes. Whereas, if in fact something comes, snapping up on you, and you've got 6 months or, lots of times we do these and people use our results in the public comment period on an environmental impact statement. What is a 30 or 60-day public comment period? There's no way you could have done the study and have it ready in time. So, there's a lot of competing demands, and as I say, I think this is a worthwhile investigation, but yeah, it's a unique market, but people are people, they may be wealthy people, but, there's a lot of the laws of supply and demand, I can't remember which one mentioned that. So.
Yes, Jack. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you being here. I have to certainly admit that I'm not knowledgeable in any way, shape, or form about this. Much more familiar being an elected official and dealing with the assessor's analysis and, quality of product, year built, size, number, but all of that statistical, factual stuff. And but at the end of the day, they still end up trying to place a value on, well, the view, whether it's the front side of Aspen Mountain or the view is the back side of Red Mountain, you know, so it becomes somewhat subjective. I can understand, for example, and this is about real estate, so the characteristics of a home would be one of the variables relative just to the home. And then those external variables that you talk about in a couple, I read a couple pieces by you, of course, here, about the distance from the river, or is it on the riverfront, distance to the ski area, I guess acquiring land, does that mean, you know, is there open space around it? And also, again, you can say this has a value, in a way I don't want to use that word, but there is a presence of the open space, for example, that we would believe adds to value. But the problem I have in my lack of understanding, I would believe, is how do we make these factors objective versus subjective? You know, and my value of the fishing, for example, might be similar to yours, and not that I want to go jump in the lake, you know, even though some people will tell me to. But, you know, this is very complex, and I can't see how we can keep this so totally objective that then, and I think Rob brought up the most important point, literally, which is how are we going to use this?
Right.
It's not for only our information. I have to say I'm pretty satisfied with a lot of the work the assessor does and how they are improving processes, whatever. But to me, this is all about defending our river flows, and, you know, John's introduction speaks for itself. So I can't get past the fact that this ends up being subjective. How are those variables, how can we rely on them being objective?
Right. So that's a very good point. That's, you know, this isn't second guessing what the county assessor does. What this is look, let's take, you know, several thousand observations and see what buyers and sellers actually value these things. So instead of me sitting there, you know, and saying, well, gee, I think, you know, this is what I think it's worth. I think another bathroom is $26,000 and a lake view's $31,000. I don't come up with those. I mean, I take that data of buyers and sellers, right? Because I might have a 56 Chevy and I think it's cherry condition, it's worth, you know, $50,000. And John looks at it and goes, I wouldn't pay $50,000 for that car. I'd only pay, you know, $30,000 for the car. Well, you know, I might think it's worth a certain amount, right? And we dicker back and forth, and if a transactions occur where the buyer and the seller both come to an agreement on that price, you know, that's the price that goes into this. So it's, you know, market data, right? It's not a person, right, saying, well, I've got a lot of experience, and I'm going to look at 5 or 10 comparables. You know, and there is an art to that, and experience matters a great deal in doing that. And in some cases, they're trying to come up with a value for a specific property, an individual on 2930 Silverwood Drive. Here, we're trying to say, look, across all of the transactions that occur in Pitkin County, what are the buyers and sellers telling us this is worth? And, yeah, it's not, you know, I have to use a little judgment in the regression, but the data is telling me, the buyers and sellers are telling me, look, this factor matters, this factor doesn't matter. Right? It's statistically significant. There's, you know, let's say at the 95% level, look, there's only a 5% out of 100 chance this attribute of the house does not matter to buyers and sellers. So we have a lot of confidence, not because, well, I've got 20 years experience doing this, but because, look, the data says where those, you know, buyers and sellers came to an agreement that that's what it's worth over, you know, as I say, 1,000 observations over 10 years, controlling for all these other factors. So that's the idea, is it's objective, takes a lot of sales data to do that. and we'll find out what buyers and sellers value each of those characteristics.
Okay, so let me, if you don't mind, follow through this line of thought. So this example here, we found that it's $119 per foot of riverfront acreage, and so I have 500 feet or whatever, and so that equals a economic value. But someone might say, well, that's not, I mean, what is $119 for a foot on the lake? It's not that, to me, that still is a subjective number. That you arrived at it through an objective process, but it's still, when I look at it, well, what am I going to get out of it? So, okay, let me, before we go on, now, my real objective in this is that legal piece. But my analysis as a individual commissioner, what I want to know is not only how the value of the river affects the riverfront properties, but the property that's 7 miles back in the backcountry. Now, is there a relationship there? So we've got two questions here.
Okay. Well, yeah, the riverfront is, like you say, is pretty straightforward. What we want to know is that distance to the river. Where does that influence drop off? And again, it's not that I go out and I say, well, you really can't see it or hear it from here, so I don't think it matters, right? Does it matter? Do you think it would matter, John? No? Okay, I mean, the point is in those transactions, where does that effect disappear? And is it 2 blocks, 3 blocks, 5 blocks? Maybe it matters, again, elevation, right, matters. I mean, we're going to test for that. Does the house elevation matter, right? The fact that you look down and see the river. And we can, and I was explaining this to somebody else, we can actually interrelate those two variables. So in fact, maybe the river, has this kind of funny pattern to it. It's really valuable, of course, close up, and then that value diminishes. But when we add elevation in, it may pop back up. That if you're out on the plain and you get a long ways from it, yeah, there's a diminishing effect. But if your house is at, 8,500 feet, for example, then all of a sudden, if the house is over 8,500 or something like that, or interacted with an elevational gradient, then all of a sudden, the distance for the river, is less important. That the house price still picks that up. So there are ways of, saying, well, does it matter that you can look down on the river or not? Okay, let's tie these two variables together. So we've got, in some sense, you've got, this is just, riverfront, distance of the river, and let's say the flow. But if we put elevation in as x4, then we can actually interact x3 and x4 and see is there some sort of synergistic effect or dependence that matters. Does, as I say, being up on Red Mountain or Starwood and looking down at the river, is that one of the things they want in their view? And when I talk to Mary, we have view of sulfurous and various things like that we put in there to test. So, there's a lot of ways to kind of people come up with hunches, right, or hypotheses about these things, and go, okay, well, let's test that and see if it mattered to buyers and sellers. Or not. And, then it gets used. I mean, the point of this study, again, we didn't just do this, house price study on Lake Elmanor, for the kicks. I mean, Pacific Gas and Electric, who runs the hydropower plant, is trying to figure out, okay, are these homeowners, they're before the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission on getting another license to operate this hydropower plant. Does it have an effect? How big of an effect does it have? And so the idea was to quantify this. So we say, okay, yes, the homeowners are right. It does have an effect. $119, and that, your point is, okay, well, if it's 10 feet of drawdown, then, that's $1,200. Is that really, economically significant when, the average house is selling for $300,000, $400,000? Okay, probably not. Right. if that article that you were provided by Lisa, some of those river restoration things had effective 3 and 5%. Some were like 10 and 12%. Well, 10 and 12% of a $5 million home is pretty significant. But, that's where someone's going to have to make, right, that gets somewhat subjective, right, to say, look, is 12% of a $5 million home, significant? Yeah, I think, most people would say, right, yeah, my home went down by 12%, that matters. My home goes down by 1%, that's not a big deal. And we don't know until we do the analysis, is it going to be 1%, 5%, 15%, or whether it even, matters at all.
Professor, we're really at the end of our time. Did you have a question?
Really briefly, well, it's more of a comment, I guess, than a question, Michael, but, first off, we do have gold medal waters here. We don't use the blue ribbon terminology, but this is some of the prime fishing water in Colorado. And then secondly, I really appreciate the concept of trying to get as close to objective and away from subjective as possible. But I am concerned that if we don't move forward with some sort of study like this, when the day comes, we're going to be left with nothing but a big bag of subjective to throw out there. To say we think it's this and we think it's that, and we would have no way of quantifying whatsoever. And I think that not having anything in hand means it would be dismissed immediately in court. How do you go about trying to prove some value or some damage with nothing but, that's when those individuals may throw back the very same arguments or discussion points that we've all heard here. Oh, well, the river won't matter because they have the music festival. The river won't matter because they have skiing. And so I think it would be important to try to isolate what level of value we have to work on appropriate protections and mitigation.
So thank you, Professor. That was a very thorough discussion of that. John, thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time. As I say, I know it's been a long day and you've got a lot to do. So.
I appreciate your ability to articulate something for like an average guy understand even some of it. This is very complex for me.
Yeah, well, as I say, don't feel bad.
I never was good at algebra.
Yeah.
So, Michael, we maybe talk a little further tomorrow about this? At some juncture?
Yeah, I'm certain we will. We initially asked for this presentation so we could learn more about it, so we'll talk about it more. But now we have a meeting with the city council at the city council chambers. So, for any of our viewers, we're moving over to City Hall, and you can keep up with this from 4 to 6, if you're wondering. So take a break at home.
We just
get some more popcorn.
Yeah. So thank you very much. Thank you, Caitlin.
No, I tried that. I did. I tried it.